John Kincade, Andrew Salciunas. This is Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Welcome to Red October. Phillies, Mets begin tomorrow. We now know who they're playing. No more conversations of who you want, who you're afraid of. It's done. It starts tomorrow. It's time to be a lunatic again, Philadelphia. I might be unhinged all day today. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
This is Kincade and Salciunas.
Every player, every coach, Howie Roseman, in terms of a roster before the season started, everything about the Philadelphia Eagles yesterday was bad.
Watching Jalen Hurts play. Can it be corrected? Sure. Right now, this team has a quarterback problem.
Kincade and Salciunas. John Kincade, Andrew Salciunas.
97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
And a good Friday morning, Philadelphia. I'm Andrew Salciunas with my man, John Kincade. Johnny, it's time. Good morning.
So it's a football Friday, but it is a Red October kickoff.
Damn right, man. It is an NLDS baseball Friday. Screw football at this point. All right, we don't have to worry about football for a week because the Eagles aren't playing this weekend. We have full attention, which I love, by the way.
Yeah, I love this.
This worked out perfectly for us. Not only from a fandom standpoint, but from a radio standpoint. This worked out perfectly for us. The bye week has never been easier. So thank you, schedule makers in the NFL and Major League Baseball, to help specifically Philadelphia.
Bye week leads into the NLDS. I think somebody at Fox expected that the Phillies would be there and be one of those teams. It's awesome.
Yeah, it is amazing. And we now know that the Phillies will be playing the Mets because the Mets come from behind yesterday and beat the Brewers. Pete Alonso with the big home run off of Devin Williams. When Devin Williams is out there for the save, you're going, all right, ball game. Bring on Milwaukee.
Thought ball game.
And Milwaukee was the team, by the way, I did not want to see because I was worried about that bullpen. And they were dominant yesterday until that ninth inning when Devin Williams does something we're not used to seeing. And that's, I heard on ESPN overnight, the first home run he's allowed in 67 days or 67 appearances, something like that. I mean, he's one of the better closers in Major League Baseball. And you have a 2-0 lead going into the ninth, and they lose 4-2. Obviously, the Mets have some magic to them, but screw that, dude. The Phillies are the better baseball team, and I said it from the beginning, no matter who they're facing in the first round, whether it was the Mets, whether it was the Brewers, whether it was the other side of the bracket, the Padres, whether it was the Braves, whether it was the Diamondbacks who didn't make the playoffs, it doesn't matter. This team has a goal. And that goal is to get back to the World Series, which they did not do last year. So whatever happens in the first round, if they lose, no matter who they face, it is a failure. So bring on the Mets. You're the better baseball team. Take care of business.
What I will say to you is this, and I totally think what you just said is absolutely, it's perfect. Yeah, it's absolutely perfect. We do know this. The best team does not win in baseball more than any other sport.
Understand.
More than any other postseason, the upsets occur in baseball. There's a reason to that. I don't know. I wish I could put a finger on exactly what it is, though. I don't know why it's in baseball that, for some reason, what you did in the regular season doesn't matter as much.
I think a lot of it is the foot off the gas pedal, mentally.
Could be.
Dave Dombrowski and John Middleton talked about it themselves. Remember, they preached a sense of urgency, and you did start seeing the Phillies play a little bit with more urgency, except for, obviously, the final couple games when they were playing the hangover lineup.
It pissed off Dave Dombrowski.
Yes, it did. It did.
To watch his team not play with urgency. It's one of my favorite words with Rob Thompson. That I just think he does so many things well, but urgency's not one of them.
Right.
I don't think his team plays with urgency. You better watch, because I had it last night, and I know Dylan on our crew here at 97.5 The Fanatic is one of those people. I'm not in the least bit concerned. You shouldn't have any concerns with the Phillies. That to me is one of two things. It's false bravado, or you're just lying. Because if you look at the Mets and go, oh, gosh, they should just dominate that team. They're going to easily beat that team. I don't know what you've been watching.
I do believe it's fair to have confidence, though.
No, that's a different. But then don't do that. Don't take words and then make an argument that doesn't have anything to do with what I said. If you go into this series and go, there's no way the Phillies can lose.
Oh,
you sound stupid.
Yeah, there's obviously ways the Phillies can lose.
There's no way the Phillies could have lost to the Diamondbacks coming home Game 6 and Game 7 either.
Right.
But you have to have a healthy respect for what the opponent can do to you. Now, I think this works out sort of well for the Phillies. I think what the Mets had to go through this week, and Connor brought it up to me first thing this morning. Man, like, they've just done so much tightrope walking from Sunday into Monday, winning, having to play a doubleheader and having to make 2 comebacks on Monday to win. Then last night was incredible. That was an incredible game last night and an incredible comeback. And I did not think Pete Alonso had a home run in him at that point. Not the way he's been playing.
Right.
I was like, okay, that's not happening. And it did. Stuff happens. And to me, I think, how many times can you go to the well of emotion?
Right.
And it's up to the Phillies to just deliver a knockout punch game one.
Right away. It has to be game one. And look, I said this yesterday, and I feel confident in the Phillies winning this series. You have to win game one. Like, I don't want to – you don't have to win game one because then you can come back and – no. Like, in my opinion, winner of game one wins this series. Like, because –
So you do believe that?
And here's why. Because if the Phillies win game one, everybody in Philadelphia, and who knows, maybe the players themselves have that – okay, that Russ thing, the Braves thing that they've been dealing with, that's gone. Why can't we be the Astros? Why can't the Phillies be the Astros team that had the bye week and won the World Series a couple of years ago? The Phillies are a good baseball team. They should be able to do that too. If the Phillies lose game one, then all those fears are all across the city, and the Mets continue to have a good stretch. They continue to roll. So I do believe game one will be probably the most important game of the series, unless obviously it goes 5, and then that's the deciding factor. But I think game one's huge, man.
Can I make you and Connor smile?
Sure.
Can I give every Phillies fan in town something to smile about?
I think we should smile a lot today.
How about the last 2 years? Last 2 years, 7 postseason series. The Phillies are 7-0 in game one.
Yeah, you love that.
And you know why that is.
Well, a lot of it's Zach Wheeler.
Yeah, it's a guy you're handing the ball to. And I think it's why, in the conversation I told you about with Dansby Swanson when the Cubs were in, who was very high on the Phillies' chances. And again, he's schooling me on, you got that Philly fan mentality. The Phillies got to go 11-8. He said they are as well suited to go 11-8. He thought Phillies and Dodgers are as well suited to go 11-8 as any team in baseball.
Yeah, absolutely.
So he's like, but game one is so important. And I said to him, how could they lose? Start Wheeler twice in the NLDS.
Right.
You need Wheeler to be that knockout punch. He has been so good, and you heard the numbers from Jason Stark. I'm telling you about it.
I just got Connor to pull it. Here's Jason Stark with the best show ever 2 days ago.
Pause.
Easy. Come on, man.
Pause.
Here's Jason Stark from 2 days ago talking about the dominance of Zach Wheeler in game one.
I looked at Zach Wheeler in the game ones that he's started. Ready? So he's now started game one 4 times here over the last 2 years. Here's how he's done. 26 innings, which means he's averaged pitching into the 7th inning in every game. 11 hits, so an average of under 3 hits a game. The 4 lineups he's faced have hit 126. These are playoff games against playoff teams, okay? So keep that in mind. 126. And he's given up a total of 3 runs in the 4 games. So his career game one ERA is 1.04. You know where that ranks among every pitcher in the division play era who started at least 4 game ones? There are 49 of them. He ranks number 1 among everybody.
That's amazing. He's dominant.
No, it also, though, puts that onus on him to deliver that performance and to just not give a team that's feeling themselves, that's smelling themselves, no offense, Connor, that they are, you don't want to give them life.
Yeah, put them to bed, game one. And that's why I believe game one is the most important game, unless there's obviously a deciding game 5.
Because you win game one.
You shut them down.
And you should be able to not go back to Wheeler till a potential game 5 if it was ever necessary.
Yeah, I don't even need to think about it that way. We have the blueprint for how the Mets would win this series because the Phillies have done it 2 years in a row.
Losing game one.
They go to Atlanta, they take game one, and then it doesn't, like, you lose game two, whatever. You come back 1-1. You've already switched the series, and then you win at home. Like, that's why game one is so huge, because you need to block the way that you've knocked out the team that is in the position that you're in.
Remember, though, that road team, when the Phillies were those road warriors and won those games in Atlanta, they win game one in both of those seasons. One of them was a Ranger Suarez start.
Both of them
Was
were,
it
yes.
both were?
And it was the 3 innings, and then Rob Thompson did the 6 innings of bullpen work, and it worked.
And then
both times.
And then game two, both of those games, the Phillies peed away.
Yeah, they did.
You had Rhys Hoskins, the butcher at first base.
And then Harper, the double
And then
play.
Harper. I mean, it's just like you made stupid mistakes to beat yourself, or you would have swept the Braves.
Yeah.
Both years.
Absolutely. All right, so here's what we're going to do today. Phil's Mets overall series discussion. Have at it, 610-632-0975. You can text it, you can call in. But we do have topics, like legitimate topics for you to answer a question to. And this is something that I knew we were going to get into today because I said it to John yesterday. I said, you know what? That question I asked Kevin Negandhi at the end of the interview, that could be our topic tomorrow. And I want to get your guys' feelings on this. How are we, or you, I'll speak directly to you, you listening in your car, at home, you name it. How are you feeling heading into the 2024 playoffs for the Phillies compared to the last 2 years? 2022, 2023. Now, if we go down the trip memory lane, the majority of people, not us individually, the majority of people, 2022, I don't think people were confident at all. There were a lot of people that were happy that they got in. There were also a lot of people that I remember the final week of the season saying, you know what, at this point, I don't even want them to make it because they're not going to win anything. I remember having legitimate discussions with people on the radio when I was doing middays during that time. There were people that were calling into the station saying, I don't even want to deal with those 2 games. They're just going to disappoint me, so I don't even want them to make the playoffs. And I thought that was one of the dumbest, weakest, saddest things I've ever heard. They make the playoffs, you know what happened. So 2023, people were definitely confident.
No question.
Because it was, oh, my God, that team just got to the World Series last year. Bring on the Braves again. We'll beat the Marlins. We'll make easy work of them. And then they lose in the NLCS. This year, I'm curious to see what is the majority of Phillies fans, what is the mindset going into this playoffs this year? Let's first focus on the majority before we focus on our own. What do you think the majority of people are feeling going into this playoff series?
I think there's angst. Because to me, this city hates having expectations on them. This city does not like being the team that is expected to win, that is being projected to win, counted on to win. They love being what the Mets are coming into this series.
Absolutely.
And anybody who tells you otherwise, again, they're just lying to you. I'm not going to lie. That's what this city as a whole. I hate that. I love it when my team is favored. I love it when my team is considered the one that everybody puts the expectations on. That tells me my team's damn good and they have a chance to win something.
Right.
You know, I think there's a lot of angst going into it. And whether anyone would admit it or not, there's more angst because of it being the Mets. Cockroaches coming into your stadium.
Yeah.
You're worried about Red October being negated. I don't believe that's going to happen.
Well, you're also worried that they could be the team that you were the last 2 years.
Absolutely.
I mean, let's face it, this story kind of writes itself. The Phillies were the team that are the Mets now, that beat the Braves the last 2 years, the team that won the division.
Yes.
And now the Mets are that team that fought their way into the playoffs. They win their first-round series on the road, and now they're facing the Phillies. I mean, like,
the Phillies are the team who mocked the Braves for making commentary about that the time off maybe hurt them.
Right.
So now you have to perform with the time off
so
not hurting you.
You could see that scenario
The pressure's
playing out. Like,
the pressure's on the Phillies.
Yeah, it is. Connor, the majority, not you yourself, I'll get your answers, the majority of Phillies fans, where do you think they are heading into the 2024 playoffs? 2022, nobody had confidence, expectations. A lot of people just wanted it done with. 2023, people were ready to go buy their World Series tickets. Where do you think people are at today?
Yeah, I think it's a healthy level of nervousness. I do. I feel
That's a good word.
Anxiety a little bit is another way I'd put it around the city. It's not so much because of a lack of faith in the team. It's more of this feeling of, wow, we believed in this team a couple times now, and they've come up short. And I think we're seeing a new generation of baseball fan in this city come to terms with what playoff baseball is. The regular season doesn't mean squat. Like it
means seeding.
Yeah, it means seeding, but you could win the division. You could win 100 games. We've seen it 2 years in a row with the Braves. That doesn't matter if you don't show up. And the week off thing is weird. We have a very small sample size league-wide of how much that affects teams. And in the National League, it has not been in a good way. So I think there's this healthy level of unknown where we should know more about this team and their chances in October. But they're in a different spot this year, so people are nervous.
Right.
I think it's a great summer.
I think it is. Now, our own personal feelings heading into the playoffs. I said it kind of yesterday. This is the calm before the storm for me. I hate the Mets. The Mets are my least favorite team in all of sports. I put the Mets ahead of the Cowboys, the Giants, the Celtics, all that. That
makes total sense.
And a lot of it is my, Connor, our, middle school years, right? Like when you're really getting into playoff baseball for the first time in our lives, there was legitimate back and forth. Like, there was no Darius Slay going on Micah Parsons' podcast, right? Like, rivalries were real. I can't believe I'm saying it. Wow, back in my day.
No, but it's the truth, though.
Rivalries were real about 20 years ago, and the Phillies and Mets had a legit one between Jimmy Rollins, Paul Lo Duca. Paul Lo Duca is one of my least favorite human beings on this planet.
I've never
met him because he had that little rat face talk smack about the Phillies, and I wanted to smack him myself. I hate the New York Mets. So this is the calm before the storm for me. Connor, you and I are doing a watch party today at Uptown Beer Garden. Tomorrow. Uptown Beer Garden.
We can
tomorrow.
go today if you
You're
want.
already there. Like in your head, you're already there.
You might be with somebody that you've never seen before. I hate the Mets. I don't think you're prepared to see me tomorrow.
I'm prepared because I see it in the mirror like every day in every game.
Dude.
I'm that type of guy all the time.
I'm ready to be a lunatic. I'm ready to be deranged. Come first pitch, I'm ready to be the Dylan McKinnon. Screw it, they have no chance of beating us. Like, I'm ready to do that. This is just the calm before the storm. I freaking hate the Mets. And if the Phillies beat them, it will be almost like Christmas Day for me. Obviously, they have to still do more things in the NLCS and the World Series. Me, personally, I'm ready to go, John.
I love how much you hate the Mets.
I hate them, dude.
Like, to me...
More than the Braves.
It's the Mets. Now, to me, it's much more of a Braves thing because of the personal issue.
Well, and
beating
the Braves,
they'll last it right.
I was too young to see that the dominance of winning the NL East. You know what I mean?
And it was like in your face constant.
Right.
The Mets are a pest, but the Mets are, to me, incredibly dangerous. I would love nothing more than to see them play the Mets, and I was more worried about the Brewers. My talking points haven't changed. I didn't want the Brewers. I just had you guys wanted the Mets, and then it was like I'm going, then I start moving towards you guys and the Mets. That Brewers bullpen scared the crap out of me. But the one thing is this, the Phillies are the better team. There's no questions asked. The Phillies are the better team. So go win it. And I am confident. And the major reason I'm confident is I really do believe you're going to be able to count on Zach Wheeler to give you a leg up in the series. 7-0 in game ones the last 2 years is that's a stupid stat.
Yeah.
That is stupid.
How are you feeling heading into the 2024 playoffs for the Philadelphia Phillies? Where are you at mentally?
There's this misrepresentation that has wormed its way into people's brains about this team when it comes to postseason baseball. And I want to set it straight today because we always are going to remember the way that the season ends. The final 2 games against Arizona, the World Series against the Astros, and getting no hit in Game 4 at your place. That's always going to be what sticks in our mind. But this baseball team, with these players in these spots, when it matters most in your season, is on the line. They have never not shown up. At the end, they might not finish the job. But I've never seen this team hit the field in October when they take the field for the first time and not be ready to play, not be able to end somebody else's season, not be ready to make the bank a madhouse. And at the end, they may have enough, they may not. But we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. What I know is this team, that whole can they flip the switch in October, they've turned it on the second Red October rolls around the past 2 years. So if this doesn't end with a trophy, that's a conversation for a later time. But there is no way that this team walks out onto that field tomorrow and they're not ready to go and ready to play behind Zach Wheeler, and Wheeler's not ready to deal, and they're not ready for the Mets. I believe in this team, at least early in the postseason, to do what they're supposed to do based on the talent level.
Damn right, Connor Thomas. All right.
I'm going to say one thing, though, in addition to Connor there. First of all, that was impassioned.
Damn right it
the
was.
two of you brought great passion there. I'm going to say that I think this may be the biggest obstacle. It's us having a parade. And I worry about the Padres big time. But one thing I think about the Padres is if the Padres beat the Dodgers, there's a feeling of, damn, we beat
Do this playoff series. We'll talk about next. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
The Phils have
This hour of Kincade Salciunas is presented by Bradford White Water Heaters. Bradford White, they're here for the pro.
It is 6:30 on Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic on this Friday morning. Getting ready for the NLDS, which begins tomorrow at Citizens Bank Park. I hope you are all freaking lunatics, all 46,000 of you, and I hope or wish it was 46,000 Phillies fans.
It's going to be, look, it's not going to be any kind of takeover. Come on now.
It's not going to be a takeover, but there will be too many for my liking.
There
Here's
will be
why.
too many for my liking.
Because of greedy, fraudulent Phillies fans.
Yep.
Those of you who are selling your tickets, and let me absolve the people that are selling tickets or giving tickets to their friends. Like,
No, that's awesome.
I heard a caller yesterday in the best show ever going, guys, I'm selling my tickets, but I sold it to my friend. No, realize we're not talking about you. We're talking to the people that are putting it on the secondary market, knowing that they're going to get a big payday and not knowing who it will be that's buying them.
Correct.
And for the most part, let's face it, guys, those Mets fans will gobble them up. I give New Yorkers credit. Just like us, they freaking care about their sports teams. Just like us, where we travel to Tampa Bay and we go to all these kinds of destinations and we make the National Stadium Citizens Bank Park South, they do the same thing, which is why anytime you've gone to a Phillies-Mets game, a Phillies-Yankees game, there are a lot of orange and blue for the Mets games. There's a lot of pinstripes for the Yankees games because sometimes it's cheaper to come to Citizens Bank Park.
Oh, no, it is.
Sometimes it's quicker to get to Citizens Bank Park.
I think there's lots of Met fans that reside in this area that grew up in maybe North Jersey, came down to South Jersey, or grew up in New York or New Jersey area and now work in Philly or something.
Can tell you right now, my parents live full-time in Brigantine. There's Mets stuff everywhere.
Everywhere?
Mets stuff everywhere. There's a lot of people
so it's
that
become
live
a slum? Is that what it is?
Exactly. I got to get my I got to get my parents out of there.
You've been to Flushing, right?
No.
So you've never been to Flushing?
No.
Let me tell you, it's a dump.
Oh, is that right?
And I love New York. Love New York. Like, I love getting on the train and going to New York. I love Manhattan.
I've done that train ride. It's great.
Well, going to Flushing is not that. It's not that. I buy a fake watch every time I go to Flushing out of someone's trunk. Buy a fake watch every time. Like a $10 fake Rolex.
Yeah.
It's just a tradition I've had since college. I'll have like a fake Rolex, a fake tag here.
Congratulations on your success.
Yeah, so people were like, wow, Rolex? Yeah, fake.
Yeah,
fake.
damn right,
My trip to the last time I went and saw the Mets.
It's a Bolex.
It's not, they're glad to come to Citizens Bank Park. It is a completely different atmosphere. Better fans. That's why they had 3 sellouts this year.
Right. Yeah, nobody were going to Mets
You're
games.
not going to Flushing.
But
you're not excited
but they'll
to go
come
to
here. And so our first question for the audience today, and I know we have texts on it, so we'll get to those in a second at 610-632-0975. How are you feeling heading into the 2024 playoffs for the Phillies compared to the last 2 years, 2022 and 2023? You may have had different feelings for both. I know you had different feelings for both. How are you feeling heading into this season compared to those? And our next question is, what is the punishment for someone who does sell their tickets? So yesterday, at the end of the show, I saw 2 tweets right as you were doing your AACR read.
Okay.
Right? Cancer research saves lives.
It does.
And 3 times over for you.
That is the case.
I saw 2 tweets from people with the pictures on their Twitter account, their Twitter profile picture. One being the Phillies logo, the other being Jason Kelce and the Philly Fanatic hugging at Red October. And both of those individuals, within a 20-minute span, tweeted at me saying, I sold my tickets, and I'm not even thinking twice about it. I got my money for next year, blah, 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 blah.
First off, again, false narrative again. That is a bunch of BS. Because if you bought the tickets themselves, you did not cover the cost of your tickets by selling them.
Yeah.
That is a bunch of crap. Don't listen to anyone who gives you that. You can't sell an NLDS ticket and cover, I'm covering my tickets for next year. BS.
Yeah.
That's absolutely false. Stop it. You sound stupid.
Now, I think they should be stripped of fandom or at least suspended if we don't want to be too harsh in 2024.
No, I want those accounts, I want everyone to know those accounts.
Oh, I gave him early. I got to try to find him again.
I want those accounts retweeted. I want those accounts shown as because you know what they're going to do? They're going to be the first weasel to stand there and, hey, what time does Rally House open?
Yeah.
I'm going to go in and get my Red October stuff because then it'll be like, oh, I'm a biggest fan. No, you're not.
They will be ready to go for the NLCS, and this is why I sold my tickets so that I can buy better seats in the NLCS. And if the Phillies lose, God forbid, they'll say, well, that's why I sold my tickets, because I didn't believe in them. So you didn't believe in your team. You didn't have your team's back. You just allowed, potentially, because I imagine Mets fans will be buying these tickets, you just allowed the enemy come into your safe space.
By the way, I saw yesterday, in just a counter story to that, Phillies fans that were selling their tickets that said, Section 315, row 2, I've got seats available, DM me. Can't go Saturday. I'm going Sunday. I'm going Sunday, can't go Saturday.
Can't go Saturday.
I have an event. And I saw them engaging with, thanks, bro, good, got it done. I saw 3 sales go down. You don't have to go to a secondary market.
No.
Pay a fee. By the way, pay a fee.
Yeah.
You may sell them for slight profit because you don't know the person. But if some Phillies fans wanting to buy them, you can see their profile. You
Give
can
them
see
to
who
a
they
Phillies
are.
fan.
And you can do it, and you can still make your profit. It's Venmo. It's a transfer. You got it.
So what should the punishment be for those Phillies fans? I use that in quote.
Out them. Out them. If you work with one of these people, out them. If you these are the people we need to know about.
Absolutely.
These are a problem.
These are the people that are going to allow the enemy come into our safe space. So
If
what
that
should
happens.
the punishment be?
By the way, you can get tickets now.
610-632-0975.
You get tickets, too. There's tickets available this morning for Game 3 and Game 4.
In New York.
You want to go to New York? You can get them.
Yes, you can.
Will you travel? Now, it's a weekday. Makes it a lot harder for people.
I'm sure there will be Phillies fans that are going.
So what?
I'm sure Phillies fans are going.
We
All right,
had people
Connor,
fly
you
into
have
Atlanta last year on a weekday.
Yeah, because it was cheaper to fly to Atlanta than it was to buy a Citizens Bank
I'll
Park
take the
playoff
train.
ticket. What do we have on the text line on both of our topics today? Because I want to know where the people are at mentally, but I also want to know where the people are at mentally when it comes to treason.
By the way, cousin Ryan already checked in. Ryan the fireman. Treason.
Oh, wow.
He already said treason. Punishable by death. That was his text right before you even said it.
We'll
treason.
go death of fandom.
Yeah,
How about
Punishable.
do that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Punishable by death.
Death of fandom.
Death of your
For
fandom.
legal reasons,
There's a lot of
death
connected
I don't want to
people
hear.
that
I
might
don't want
listen
to hear
to the
these
show.
people. I don't want to see them anywhere. I don't want to see them going Red October, baby.
Yep, nope.
All that crap.
And kneecap them.
Well, that's a little different.
Nah.
Tanya Harding.
We'll go to Miz from Northeast Philly first. He says, as I respect the Mets and every team playing in the playoffs because they're pros, I'm extremely confident in the Phillies this year. I think the disappointment from the last 2 seasons is going to be the motivation to push them where they want to go. I think the players are locked in, and they're going to embrace the moment.
I love
Phillies
that point of view.
in 3.
Yeah, look, the Phillies.
I love that point of
this
view.
This team, this team, I feel confident that they're locked in, that they're ready to go, that they want to prove doubters wrong. They want to do this, they want to do that. It's just whether or not Russ is a factor. I mean, that's what it comes down to. Like, this team is talented. The Phillies are one of the best teams in baseball.
For 2 years in a row, the Phillies have mocked that line of thing.
I know.
I better not hear it from anyone.
No, from them, I'm saying.
And the fan base. I better not hear it from anybody.
Well, hold on a second.
Because this fan base has mocked.
I believe the Braves had Rust.
Oh, I do.
Yeah, I could say it because I believe the Braves did deal
never
with it.
discounted it.
Right.
But, man, overwhelmingly it was boo-hoo. Cried about that. You got Captain Wheeler going to the
Yeah, let's go. All right, what else we got on the text line, Connor?
All right, we're going to balance that positive text out with this one from Dave in Cape May. He says, I hate to say this, guys.
Then don't say it.
But I think the Phillies lose this one.
Then don't say it.
They just lost the series with the Mets, and the Phillies have looked horrible their last 6 games. Hope I'm wrong.
The Phillies were in. The Phillies didn't have to worry about that series with the Mets. The Mets needed to win every damn game to get themselves to the postseason. Completely different situation.
Yep.
Also, Taijuan Walker threw.
Yep. And the season series was 7-3, not 7-6, because take out. Taijuan Walker is not walking through that door. Well,
No.
he is, potentially. We're going to find out today,
Well, yeah,
right?
we're going to make our predictions of the playoff
Oh,
roster.
no, we're not doing that. We're not doing. So how many pictures are we taking? Wait a minute. I had 7. You have 8?
We're doing that. We're doing that
not
coming up
doing
next.
That. No, I'm
look,
walking out.
You're allowed to have any concern that you want.
It doesn't mean you're scared to have a concern. You should have a concern. You should have concerns with this team.
But you know what? Keep that deep down inside.
That's ridiculous.
I need the lunatics to come out today.
if
I
you're
need the
scared,
lunatics
get a
to come
dog.
out tomorrow.
Oh,
I need the
stop.
lunatics to be ready.
Don't steal
to be
that from a
loud
local
at
sportscaster
Citizens
here in
Bank
town.
Park. 45,000 screaming weirdos. And I say that with love, all right? Because I am one of you. Bleep the Mets, damn it. 610-632-0975.
Wow.
That's I would like to say the full word,
I
but
would love to.
FCC regulations don't allow me to.
No, they're not
We got
going to
a
allow you
dump
to do
button.
that.
You want to rip one just to make yourself
Honestly,
feel
brother,
better?
Hold on, John. Turn off your mic. YouTube can watch. All right. Mics are
Oh,
back
we got
on.
a silent one.
Mics are back on. YouTube got a chance to see it. I hate them so much. My least favorite freaking team in all of sports. Those grimy losers from New York.
Wow, that was good.
Coming up next, we get more reaction. I see a Mets fan on the line.
Oh, that's good. No, we like that. Welcome them in.
All right, let's talk about the Mets pitching rotation coming up next because they are in a tough spot. The Phillies clearly benefit from having the time off when it comes to the arms because Zach Wheeler's refreshed and ready to go. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Mike Missanelli.
There won't be any dumbass hot.
Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. All right, we get back to the texts and the calls coming up, but let's talk a little bit about this series. We'll start with the Mets' perspective because the Mets obviously had to play first to get into this series, and they had to jump through a lot of hoops in order to win, right? They did everything they could to continue their playoffs, which is what they're supposed to do, right? First thing I want to point out before we get to the starting rotation, because that's a big question, what do the Mets do, especially in Game 1, because David Peterson, who closed out the game yesterday for the Mets, would have been considered as the Game 1 starter.
No, he was, it was pregame, he was going to be the starter.
And then he had to pitch in relief yesterday. Now, I wonder, we'll get to that in a second.
Yeah, let's hold.
Something I really want to point out. You mentioned it earlier that Edwin Diaz threw 39 pitches yesterday, earlier in the game.
Yes.
To try to keep the game, in check, which he did his job. They were down 2-0. He kept it 2-0. He threw 39 pitches yesterday. He threw 40 pitches on Monday. He threw 26 pitches on Sunday the 29th. So 26 pitches on the 29th, 40 pitches on the 30th.
He's being overused at this point. And by the way, he hasn't been really great in that stretch either.
No.
He's been hit. He's been good, but he's been hit.
And remember, he was hurt to start the season.
Yes.
He was a little bit banged up. He missed some time.
He's a hell of a
Not
pitcher.
to start the season. He missed some time.
He's a hell of a pitcher.
And then before the 29th, so he didn't pitch for a week, but he threw 30 pitches on the 22nd against the Phillies. So in his last 4 outings, a closer who is typically throwing 20 or less, if you look at his game logs, 30 pitches, 26 pitches, 40 pitches, 39 pitches.
He's a throwback closer, though.
He's their best bullpen arm. They're going to use
his
him.
manager doesn't go by the 2024 book of a closer can only pitch three outs.
They'll use him whenever.
We can get a 5-out save. We can get a 6-out save.
But at some point, do we see a Mitch Williams situation where, as you have talked about, Mitch Williams was cooked back in 90?
He was cooked. Yeah, he was cooked by that time. But I don't believe that Edwin Diaz is in any way looking like he's cooked. But he's more vulnerable.
Right. The weird thing with Diaz is his knee exploded at the World Baseball Classic 2 years ago.
When he was piled on, right?
And he just had a year off for his arm. So he doesn't have I wonder if that makes him a little bit like he's feeling better this year,
little
fresher
mileage,
this
maybe.
year.
A little mileage.
It takes a year's worth of mileage off your arm.
Yeah.
It's got to be good for you.
All right.
I would think it would be.
And then the starting rotation. So what do they do? I think they could still try to have Peterson go Game 1. We talked about this before the show. He only threw 8 pitches yesterday. And I know he warmed up a couple of times.
He warmed up 2 off innings, though.
I wonder if they could have used yesterday as his, bullpen session, and then he goes tomorrow, or they save him for Game 2. And then what do you do Game 1?
Okay.
What were we saying? Severino,
okay,
we were bouncing around?
He did have a bullpen session.
What, earlier in the week?
No. He had a throwing session yesterday beforehand.
Oh, wow.
Now I'm reading that that's just one of the Mets bloggers.
Yeah.
It's the only place that I've been able to find it. Is that one of the Mets bloggers says that he did have a normal off-day throwing session, and then they ended up going to him in the game.
So he ended up throwing twice yesterday.
In 2024, it'd be super weird to see a guy finish a game and then 2 days later start a game.
You're right.
That just doesn't seem to be the realistic expectation.
Mad Bum would do. He was the last guy we remember seeing
2024.
You know you got Quintana going on Game 3.
Yes.
He'll go full rest.
Yeah.
He has been unbelievable. He's been really good. But as Connor points out, and he'll tell you those numbers a little later, the Phillies have had good numbers against him.
They
Good,
have.
solid.
Yep.
Not great numbers, but good numbers against him. They're not intimidated. So that even makes me say more that Nola's in 3. It even makes me say it more.
So what,
knowing
is
that.
Severino going Game 1 for the Mets?
I would bet you go Severino short rest tomorrow is what they do. That would be my bet. And then you go Peterson 2 and you go Quintana 3.
I think that makes the most sense. You're not throwing Quintana, so he'll be 3. I think that's another reason That's an advantage.
I mean,
Phillies.
regardless, somebody is going on short rest, right? Minaya just pitched 2 days ago, so it'll only be 3 days. Severino, short rest. David Peterson just pitched yesterday. Jose Quintana. I mean, are they going to go with their fifth starter in Tyler McGill?
Maybe.
To start game one of a playoff series? Their fifth starter?
They can't. Wow. I mean, no, and McGill, he's like, he can throw meat.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, they're in a tough, like, for anybody, I kind of want to do this for a reason, the Mets first. For anybody that is worried going into the series, and again, you have every right to have some concern of the hot team
listen.
because we've seen the Phillies do it.
Concern isn't worry.
Okay.
Concern is being logical
Right,
and saying,
fine.
This is something that you should be concerned about.
And there are things to be concerned about.
Lindor. You have any concerns about Lindor?
When we get into this conversation,
that guy stinks.
When we get into this conversation later on, I will tell you he's the guy I'm keeping the closest eye on.
You should be.
But the Mets pitching staff, the Phillies pitching staff is coming in fresh.
That's their concern.
The
You know
Mets
what I mean?
pitching staff, you're either going with somebody on short rest or you're going with a fifth starter. Imagine Kobe Allard going game one for you. Like, that's where we're at. Or Taiwan Walker going game one for you. Heaven forbid.
Don't say that.
Like, that's what the Mets have to deal with right now. And the Phillies, even though the bats can go cold, we know it, the Phillies bats are still dangerous. So they're going to be facing either a pitcher on short rest or a fifth starter. That's a great sign for the Phillies for game one. And I think game one's the most important game of the series.
It absolutely is.
All right, let's go to Lamar in Jersey. What's up, Lamar?
All right, man. Listen, man. I think first of all, before I get my point, I think McGill will go game one, and it's gonna probably be like a bullpen game with Peters and all them guys probably come out. Y'all gonna win game one because y'all got Wheeler on the mound. But then after that, I think Sirianni goes game two on full rest, and Sean Manaea go game three full rest or whatever. But I think don't this Mets team look kind of familiar? This Mets team look kind of familiar, don't it? Don't it look like that Philly team the past couple of years?
I absolutely. Now, I've been told that that's not the case. I think they absolutely are like the Phillies team of the last couple of years.
Yeah, but you know
where they
what?
had a fantastic second half of the year where the Phillies have been a 500 team.
Well, you know what, Lamar?
For 3 months.
Screw all that. The Phillies aren't the Braves. The Phillies are going to put your team to bed. Your season's over. Your season is done, Lamar. All right, rip up your blue and orange now. Put it in a fire pit. I don't care. You're wasting your time even calling in. You're wasting your time even watching this playoff series. Your Mets team stinks. Brandon Nimmo and his sprinting down the first baseline, that loser. Pete Alonso and his pumpkin. I'm going to smash it over his head. Your team sucks.
Hey. I think the Pittsburgh woke up, man.
You think what?
I think Pete Alonso woke up. You see how he did to one of the better news in baseball yesterday?
No, that was great, and that's good, and that's that once a month. Don't Bears? They hibernate, right? So
Yeah.
they come out like every 5 weeks. They
Kyle
do something.
Schwarber's going to wake up. Kyle Schwarber's waking up first pitch, bottom of the first inning, going 420 to deep right.
I was about to Sunday night game right on ESPN. I was about to Sunday night game. And I told your Phillies there. I told him. I said, listen.
All right, well, hold on. I gotta hold something to you because I was told by our associate producer Brendan Gunn that when your team loses, you're calling back, right?
Oh yeah.
I think he will. Lamar will call.
I'm definitely going to call y'all.
That's why I borderline respect you. I borderline respect you for doing
Hey,
that.
well, just like my Chiefs took care of y'all Eagles in the Super Bowl.
Wait a minute! Whoa! Back off!
Did you just say my
Chiefs? What
Get
the hell is
outta
this?
here.
Oh, I like the Mets and I like the Chiefs.
That's just disgusting.
I mean, that's ridiculous. Okay, guess what? I was giving him a lot of respect.
Yeah,
Lamar,
you're being too nice, John.
my Chiefs.
Screw it.
And you know what you weren't saying? My Chiefs 15 years ago.
Damn right he wasn't. All right, coming up next, we get more reaction on today's topics and also the Phillies' everyday lineup. The pitching rotation, we'll see how that plays out. But the lineup, there are some things we can talk about when it comes to the Phillies. It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports.
Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. The calm before the storm, even though I'm already ready to go.
This is the
dude.
calm?
Yeah, man. If there's
You
any
were
other
calm?
if there's any other Lamars out there, any other Mets fans that want to come in here and talk smack, you can get it. I'm here. I'm ready. I can't wait for tomorrow, man. It's good.
I'm so excited for it, and just
I'm
to
not okay.
just to tell you this morning, 75, perfect sunny degrees,
Oh yeah, dude.
low humidity. It's going to be perfect.
It's Red October,
2
baby.
perfect days.
It is Red October.
That's
baby.
so awesome.
Red October.
That is so awesome.
Sorry. All right.
Yeah, you're not calm.
We have a lot to get to today.
Okay.
We have Tim Kirkchin. Great job, Johnny.
Good job, Timmy.
One of the great baseball minds, one of the greatest baseball minds. He joins us coming up at
Hall of
7:30.
Famer.
Damn right. You know, Jason Stark might be a Hall of Famer on the best
He's a
show
Hall of
ever. We got a
Famer,
Hall of
too.
Famer too. 7:30. Tim Kirkchin, Matt Gelb of the Athletic, who covers the Phillies, comes your way at 9:10. Our buddy John Brazier. Remember, part of the fun of Red October is also the mystery of the first pitch and everything that's going on with the Phillies.
Is
Well-
there a mystery?
I don't know who's pitching that. Who's throwing the first pitch?
Who would throw the first pitch?
Jason.
I don't think
Kelce?
he's in the country.
Fly him the hell
No, the thing
in.
is, I don't think he's in the country. In fact, he wasn't in the country. I mean, Chase Utley should throw the pitch.
Oh, Phil's Mets. Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, come
But
on,
I don't.
man.
But God knows whether he's here or not. I don't believe he's in the country.
You know the Phillies are going to cut a check and they'll do it.
Oh, it's the perfect thing. And no, we don't need Jason Kelsey to throw.
No. All right.
We don't need that.
So
Jason's great.
Jason's
but we
great.
don't need that.
So Kirkchin 7:30, Matt Gelb 9:10, John Brazier around 9:35. Let's check the text line. Then I want to get into this Phillies everyday lineup discussion throughout the playoffs. Are there people that are penciled in Sharpie? We'll discuss that coming up in a few minutes. But our two topics today: how are you feeling heading into the 2024 playoffs compared to 2022 and 2023? I have gotten some tweets coming in from the Twitter account. Brendan tweeted out. A lot of people are being honest and saying I was more confident last year than I am this year. There's a lot of people saying that, and we've gotten that sense. I mean, we've been talking about it all day or all year. We've been talking about it.
I don't think I'm any more confident that they advanced to the NLCS than I was last year. I'm just being honest. I don't think I'm more confident. Going into last year's postseason, I said it over and over again. I thought that they beat the Braves. If they played them again, I thought they'd beat the Braves, and they did. And when the Marlins came up as the wild card opponent, I almost I just chuckled at that. I knew that wasn't going to happen. It's a tougher route. To me, it's a tougher route this year. It's a path of Mets and Dodgers or Padres is going to be a brutal.
Yeah,
That's a brutal road trip.
damn right it will be. All right. And what is the punishment for someone who sells their tickets? Punishment. Not just, hey, we say, oh, come on, man, don't do that. No, punishment.
Here's what I would say, and it's a good suggestion here, Danny, on one of our Twitter followers. Find these people that are bragging about it now, bookmark their tweets, and then just watch their Twitter feeds through Red October.
Yeah.
And every single time that they post something like, go Phillies, man, look at this Red October, post back to them exactly
Bang.
what they did. You're a fraud. You are a fraud.
Yeah, they
That's all you
should
need to do.
they should be out of
That's it.
be out of treason, ladies and gentlemen.
You are a fraud.
All right, what do we got on the text line there, Connor?
All right, to check in here on the tickets, they say people who sell their playoff tickets make me sick. They shouldn't be allowed to get season tickets ever again for any Philadelphia sports team.
Well, John, explain. You talked about this the other day, the SEC
Now,
rule.
the SEC has it for season ticket holders.
Yep.
Now, it's not every program, but there are programs that have it. If your season tickets end up on, and I believe it's 3, and I got clarification on it from a Georgia fan, 3 in 2 years.
Oh, my, in 2 years.
In 2 seasons, your tickets are allowed to show up on the secondary market 3 times. If you do it more than
That's
3
regular season.
That's regular season. More than 3 times, you are off, and someone else takes your spot. And by the way, you not only not like the Phillies. If you get tickets to Alabama, Georgia, Clemson, you not only have to buy your season tickets, you have to make a certain, depending on where you sit in the stadium, you have to make an annual contribution above that to the athletic department.
Yeah.
That might be $3,000, $5,000, $10,000,
Jeez.
and they will take your tickets away from you because they know someone else is waiting right behind you.
Yeah, absolutely.
To take those tickets.
And look,
You
I'd
could
be,
do this.
I'd
This
be fair
is-
with that
this could
rule
be
in
done.
place. And
I
look,
would love it.
Regular season, you want to put it on every single day? So be it. Playoff time? Come on, man.
I'm not
Come
even
on,
good.
man.
I'm not even good with that. With
No, I agree with you.
season ticket holders who just buy tickets to sell them, I would love to see pro teams step up and say, you know what? We've got people who want to go to our games who can't get in at face value because of these whores.
Yes.
And yes, I'm calling them whores.
Damn right you
because they're going to go, oh,
Waking
you
Johnny
know what
up
I'm going
this
to do?
morning.
I'm
Let's
going to
go.
sell. I'm going to sell my ticket. So that's what I would say is you go put a policy in place that takes these people out at the knees because you have fans, and Haley's made a great case for it on social media. You have fans who want to go to games that can't because they can't afford it because of the whores
Right.
that are selling, that are trying to just buy seats. They don't care about the team. They care about it as a business.
Damn right they do. And
Cut
that's,
them out.
And that's horrible. Cut them out. All right, what else we got on the text line?
We have a check-in on feelings from Nick in Reading. He says there's 2022. His thought was there's no way we could win this thing. Is there? 2023. I hope they can finish what they started last year. And then this year, they better win this year. No excuses. Finish the job in all caps.
I
That's
think that's
fair.
a great. I think that's well done. Very well done.
Look, what happened last year?
Was
I still lose sleep over it some nights, John.
I don't think this fan base did though.
No,
I think this
see,
fan
our
base is-
algorithms were different.
It was like
man.
goody two. Like they still had a great year.
Nah, man, our algorithms were different. I don't know where you got
That is
stuff.
a great
I
year.
didn't-
I
How about this?
Trust me.
Algorithms. How about just doing the show every day? I
Yeah.
had people
I did-
literally saying,
I was doing
this year.
middays.
This year's a failure. What do you mean this year's a failure? They got to the NLCS. That's great. You know how many years we didn't make it to the NLCS? Last year was a pathetic defeat.
Yeah, and I talked
Pathetic.
to a lot of people that agreed that it was a pathetic defeat.
We had nothing. We went through days of people making excuses for it.
Different listeners
Anything
then.
happens in baseball.
The morning show listeners were soft.
Oh my gosh.
That must have been what it is.
Anything happens in baseball. It can happen.
Yeah, no, the people I spoke with were ruthless, and we should have been ruthless because it was inexcusable. So, to that texter's point, yeah, get the job done and talk. Sometimes talk can be cheap, right? I told you,
yes.
John, from the very beginning when I was down in spring training, this team had a mentality and had an attitude, and they were ready to come back and finish what they did not finish last year. Right? They want to get back to the World Series, and they have backed it up for the most part this season, at least with their overall record. Have they played great down the stretch? No. But this team, look, they know what's at stake. They know we're going to get into a legacy conversation later on in the show. They know what the deal is. Like, there's a lot of guys that will go down as, yeah, okay, it was fun when we had them here, but they didn't do anything.
Yep.
Right, you know why we talk about Jimmy Rollins and Ryan Howard and Chase Utley with such lore, with such amazement? Because they won. That's why Larry Boa is still heard on the airwaves all the time, right?
And he's freaking great.
It's not just, part of it is because he's freaking great. Part of it is that guy's a legend because he won a freaking World Series in this city. The Phillies players know that, man. They know that. And I know the window's not closed after this year, but
Of course not.
But they know that this year, in terms of making some sort of statement for their own personal legacies and the legacy of this team, this group, you've talked about it.
If this
This
team,
postseason will tell you about running it back.
and if
They know that.
and if they don't get back to a World Series, running it back. Well, no. If they play an NLCS against the Dodgers,
Yeah, and they go seven
and they go
games.
7,
and
it's
Ohtani
awesome.
hits 7 home
Right,
runs.
exactly.
Right.
I'm not going to say it was a failure. You don't get to if this team doesn't get to the NLCS, it is a complete failure with
Yeah.
a capital F.
Absolutely. All right. The lineup. So we know Schwarber, Turner, Harper, right? Like that's not changing. Bohm, 4-hole, Castellanos. What have
Okay.
they been doing? I'm trying to.
Castellanos has been in the 4-hole. Bohm has been in the 4-hole.
Yeah, they've been kind of going
flip-flopping him a little bit.
flip-flopping. You know the guys that will be in the line. Let's forget order, right? JT Realmuto's behind the dish. Bryce Harper's at first base. Alec Bohm's at third. Turner's at short. Castellanos is in right. We know those are locked in. Notice there's 3 positions I didn't give. Second base, left field, center field. I still don't believe that Bryson Stott has done anything to be penciled in with Sharpie. I'm going to imagine that he will be, though.
He will be.
He will. I think he will be. I could make the case that maybe Sosa should get looked at when there's a left-handed pitcher on the mound.
No, I think it should be a platoon.
But I don't think it's going to happen.
Why? Connor made the greatest point
Go ahead.
to counter me on this.
Yeah, listen, it's your best defensive infielder. If I believe, and
He
I
is
do,
your best. It's not even close.
I believe pitching is the number one thing that wins in October. And defense is coupled with pitching. If your best defensive infielder is available to play, you got to have him on the field.
Right. And
then that means
that's
that,
Bryson
and I
Stott.
took that to the next step with you.
Yeah.
Then if you believe that, then every single game, I want Johan Rojas as my center fielder.
And
Every single game. Because if that's your logic, Johan Rojas is a difference maker. And
Right.
the last two postseasons, he's been a difference maker.
I
with
don't
the glove.
necessarily disagree with that. What I will say is you have to leave the caveat in there of if you need left-handed at bats and you have guys that are cold at a certain point in this postseason run, I don't hate Brandon Marsh playing out there, but your default should be Rojas.
Well, the thing is, though, as you're saying, you said Stott has to play because he's your best defensive player in the infield. Brandon Marsh is not close to Johan Rojas.
Yeah,
not close.
I got
and
you.
by the way, he's been an absolute sort of butcher the last month. He's had some terrible plays in the outfield.
He's still a plus Major League outfielder.
Well, he has not been good lately. Let's put it that way.
So then that leads to the next question. So if Rojas is your everyday center fielder, then what I believed Austin Hayes was from the beginning, and John, you could be my witness.
Yes.
Because I didn't even hear the Dombrowski, Rob Thompson press conference after they made I thought Austin Hayes came here as a platoon guy. I did not think he came here as a starting left fielder.
Rob
and then
Thompson
you told me that they said it.
Rob said it.
I don't view Austin Hayes as I don't view him as a bad baseball player.
So
I just don't view him as a bad everyday left fielder.
Do you both want Marsh to be in every day?
First game, I would have Rojas in center and Marsh in left.
Well, honestly, it depends on the pitching matchup. I'm not playing Brandon Marsh against a left-handed starting pitcher.
I'm not playing Brandon Marsh against a lefty.
I don't know if David Peterson's going. We'll find out what the rotation's going to be. When there's a left-handed starting pitcher, Brandon Marsh is not in my starting lineup.
What if you think here might be a caveat. What if you think it's going to be like a bullpen type of game?
Yeah, that does change things.
Then that changes my mind about potentially starting Marsh.
But, dude, also, I like Austin Hayes. I do. I think he's a solid baseball player. I think he was a good acquisition. I think he has high upside to make an impact in his role in October. But the dude had a kidney infection, and he played 3 games in the past 3 weeks.
But that's why I'm not naming him an everyday starter.
I don't know if you could play him, dude.
No,
I don't know if he's ready. Do you know what it's like to play 3 baseball games in 3 weeks and then say, guess what, buddy? Step into the bank in red October. At least Marsh has been out there. At least he's gotten at bats. I don't know how ready Austin Hayes is to play at this level right now.
That is the truth. I mean, that absolutely is. Now, one of the things there, that is a valid concern.
Yes.
When I hear from people going, you shouldn't have any concerns. You're a Phillies fan. That means you're scared. No. Scared is not concerned. Concerned is being logical and looking at something and saying, that is a concern.
You want another concern?
Yeah, give it to me.
So if they do play Marsh in left and Rojas in center, the bottom 3 spots in your lineup could read Stott at 7th, Marsh at 8th, Rojas at 9th.
And if you're going Stott, Marsh, that's left. And both of those guys have been horrible.
All 3 of those guys could be auto outs when they're going bad. That is a little bit tough to have 3 in a row there.
I don't think that Bryson Stott has earned automatic pencil.
I don't think so either.
But I think Connor makes a spectacular point because I am somebody in the postseason, especially in a Wheeler start, that advocates defense.
Dude, you don't need 4 runs tomorrow.
No, you don't.
You need to find 2 or 3.
As critical as you are sometimes of Topper, John, you got to admit, he has not been afraid to do platoons in the playoffs.
He has not been.
And I got to give him a lot of credit because he's one of those guys where it's like, look, I'm going to ride my players. But then come playoff time, you go back to 2022, everybody loved Bryson Stott, A-OK. He was not an everyday player.
No, he wasn't.
They had Sosa playing. Obviously, we know Segura was in the middle of the infield that time, too. Brandon Marsh did not play the first 2 games of the wild card round last year because the Marlins threw 2 left-handed starters. He's not afraid to do it.
He's not. And that's, by the way, that is, again, When I'm talking about things that I'll put in the check column, the good things of Rob Thompson, that's one of them. Because I don't think you need to be doing that.
Right. So here was the last, I would say, legit starting lineup for the Phillies when, they were still playing for something. It was, against the Cubs. The Phillies had, obviously, Kyle Schwarber. He led off. Trey Turner batted second. Sorry, here we go. Bryce Harper was third. Bohm fourth. Castellanos fifth.
By the way, we get to Bohm fourth there.
Yes. Stott sixth. Real Muto seventh. Marsh eighth. Rojas ninth.
But Castellanos has been the cleanup hitter for the majority of the games the last 6 weeks.
Right. But
So
that was the last,
So what do you do? Castellanos has been your best hitter.
I'm putting Castellanos in the cleanup spot.
I am
Because
too.
last year, when you saw Alec Boehm in the cleanup spot, he killed you not
Yeah, he
protecting
did.
Bryce Harper.
He killed you in the Arizona series.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Last time you saw him,
Okay.
though. He
So-
wasn't really great through that postseason in general. He wasn't awesome against
he
Atlanta.
wasn't.
He didn't really. I don't
And he
remember
was
doing
sort of
anything against
losing-
Miami.
And he sort of lost his mind.
Yeah, I don't
he
think
was
he was
he was
good.
losing his mind. Like, remember he attacked the bat rack,
Which-
and he was
sure.
having to have players put their arms around him and get.
I don't even worry about that.
By the way, I hope I see none of that this year. I hope I see none of that this year.
Well, you're going to see it.
For a national, no. I want to see a National League All-Star. I don't want to see him if he struggles, that he's attacking the bat rack and that he has to have people hugging him in the dugout. I want to see a guy who comes in with a swagger and a confidence and doesn't let it get to the point that he's going to do the Mopey routine.
Well,
I hate it's ridiculous.
There will be points this
He's
postseason.
almost 30.
There will be points this postseason where guys have bad
Yeah, it's
games
gonna
and they
happen.
get pissed off. It happens to every
You
team
can
with
get-
all players.
It wasn't a game.
Well, I
it was a
know.
carry-on thing with him.
By the way-
and that was a problem.
I'll say this.
He's
He-
almost 30. He's
He
not a
came up
kid.
small in spots last year, so his win probability added as an offensive player in the Diamondback series last year, that's a long statistic, was negative .113. So clearly, he was 7 for 25. He batted .280 in the series. There were guys that were way worse than Bowman in the
Yeah.
playoffs. He just
Yeah,
came
oh,
up
no.
small. When there were guys on base, he was not getting anybody in.
Right.
But he actually didn't have the worst series. He had a double and home run that series, too.
No, I mean, it's a.
But he came up small when there was runners in scoring position.
He was pressing so hard, especially Game 6 and Game 7.
And also part of the thing was they were working around Harper to get to him and
Right,
he came up
exactly.
small. That's
Yep.
what killed you.
All right, give us one more text, Connor, on any of our topics today. And again, Tim Kirkchin joins us to start the next segment.
Oh.
All right. This one on what we were talking about earlier. A first-time texter, no name on this one, but they say, all I know is that Chase Utley better throw out the first pitch tomorrow to set the tone for the hatred of this Mets team.
If
Okay.
Chase Utley throws out the first pitch, do you put somebody in a Mets costume and he throws at the Mets?
No, I would have. I would have
They
Chase.
used to plunk him all the time.
That's
They
a
did.
fair point, but no.
Or instead of Chase Utley throwing the first pitch, what if
Don't.
Utley gets in the box and somebody throws at him?
Oh, I thought you were going to say he slides in the second.
That'd be pretty great, too.
Who would you consider
Such a
the
dirty
Mets, Who would you
slide.
consider the Mets killer on the mound from the past? Tom Glavine? Oh, that's terrible. I hope that doesn't. I mean, it's like
Wow.
who would be the Mets killer?
Wow.
Could you have Utley like recreate it? It'd be fun.
That'd be great. All right, coming up next, the Hall of Famer from ESPN, Tim Kirkchin, will join the show to preview this series with the Phillies and Mets. Oh, boy. Calm before the storm, John, even though I'm not that calm already. It is Kincade and Salciunas on this not Football Friday, an NLDS Red October Friday, 97.5 The Fanatic. On Kincade and Salciunas on this Friday morning, the day before Game 1 of the NLDS between the Phillies and the New York Mets. And to help talk about this series, not that we haven't done it enough with our feud with our caller Lamar, the Mets fan earlier.
Well, you're feud with Lamar.
Yeah,
I like letting people like that just.
Now, you know what? Sometimes I got to let the fan in me, come out.
Okay.
All right? Bleep the Mets. Joining us now on the Comcast Business Hotline, where every day in business is a big day. Let Comcast Business help you move forward with what's next. One of our favorite people from ESPN, and of course, Hall of Famer, Tim Kirkjian joins us. Tim, good morning. How you doing?
I'm well, fellas. How you doing?
We're doing all right. We're babysitting your kid for you.
Yeah.
Just so you know.
Yeah, he's all right down the hall. I got him his juice box.
Sometimes he asks for lunch money and things like that when you were a little negligent. I just want you.
Yeah, and he's off. He's off our cell phone plan finally. So
oh, wow. That was a big day for you, Tim. I'm sure it was.
Of course.
All right, so first off, how perfect is this series for Major League Baseball? I'm sure not that they ever want something to play out. You have Padres-Dodgers on one side of the bracket. You have Phillies-Mets in the other.
Yeah, it's great. The whole postseason is great, fellas, because I just don't see a prohibitive favorite, a 100-win team that's just going to steamroll everyone like we've seen in other years. But to have a regional matchup like this, starting with the Padres and the Dodgers, which is a tremendous matchup, but the Mets and Phillies is perfect also. Same division, never played against each other in the playoffs before. This is so rich. The playoffs have been so good so far with these games that have been so close, so dramatic, so tension-filled, and it's only going to get better from here. And I love the Brewers. I love the way they play. They deserve better than this. But if you're going to ask for the perfect matchup with the Phillies, I think it has to be Phillies-Mets.
Tim, do you think this is a matchup, though, where you've got a Mets team that maybe had to sort of empty the tank this week? What kind of Mets team do you think's coming in here for this 5-game series against a rested Phillies club?
Well, John, there's two ways to look at it. Number one, they're going to be exhausted with everything they've been through, traveling as much as they have, doubleheader on Monday, winner-take-all game last night, emotional, everything. So, yes, they are going to be at a slight disadvantage against a rested Phillies team that's got their pitching all lined up and really good pitching all lined up. However, as we've seen in recent years, including last year, when you're playing with that kind of momentum and you win that game like you did on Monday against the Braves, and then you win like you did last night, those are victories that really carry you along. So it's all depending on how you look at this. I would rather be rested and have my pitching lined up, but they have tremendous momentum. And, fellas, I'm just telling you, do not underestimate the Mets. They have won 8 games this year, 9 including last night, that they trailed through 8 innings. That's the most in baseball. They are a resilient, tough team. They are a different Mets team than we've seen in recent years.
What weaknesses may the Mets have that the Phillies have a strength with, where that hopefully those comebacks don't happen?
Well, again, their starting pitching is not going to be nearly as fresh as the Phillies starting pitching, and more important, their bullpen isn't going to be as fresh either. David Johnson, formerly of the Mets, and others who tell me you win in October with bullpen and bench, and you have to have a deep, versatile, rested bullpen if you're going to get through the entire month. And the Mets are not going to have that starting in this series because of everything they've done to get to this point. But again, sometimes the adrenaline just takes over, and when you haven't pitched 3 days in a row, but you can in October because it's the playoffs, this is why this month is so wonderful, because you take all the rules of the regular season, how we're going to use our pitching, and you just chuck them out the window because this is October.
Tim, we've been talking about it this morning. The Phillies 7-0 in Game 1s the last 2 Octobers. That's pretty amazing, and a lot of that is just Zach Wheeler. But would whatever happens in Game 1, the Wheeler start, dictate to you who starts Game 2? Because the Sanchez-Nola discussion is very interesting.
Yes, it always is predicated on what Game 1 looks like. And I don't think you can lose with Nola or Sanchez in Game 2. That's how good both of them have been this year. But in a 5-game series, you have a little bit more room to, toy around with things as opposed to a 3-game series like we just did. I did Detroit against the Astros. So there's all sorts of options when you're in a 5-gamer. But when you're with the Phillies and you've got at least 3 quality starting pitchers to start a 5-game series, it shouldn't matter who starts 1 or 2, but of course they will discuss that.
Tim, you know this baseball team inside and out. So if you were to just guess, right, based off of your knowledge of this Phillies roster, do they come out tomorrow, you use the word rested, or rusty?
Well, I'm going to say they come out rested because of what's gone on the last couple of years where they've been so good and so close and come up short. They all recognize that, and they're all going to come into this postseason saying, well, we're not going to let that happen again. We're going to win the World Series this year. So I can't imagine them coming out rusty. However, we all recognize that baseball, in my opinion, being the hardest game in the world to play, and is best played when you play it every day. When you take this kind of time off after playing an entire season every day, it can lead to problems. It's impossible to replicate a baseball game with any sort of training or BP. The only way to replicate it is to play a game. And that's the only danger with the Phillies. They haven't played a game since Sunday, and they got to get going here. But I fully expect them to do that because of the veteran nature of that team.
Tim, do you think that Rob Thompson learned lessons? We always hear about that in October you get experience. What lessons do you think Rob Thompson learned from the last 2 Octobers?
Well, I think he learned what we all learn every October, is that anything is possible. And it will be anything is possible in this postseason more than maybe anyone that I've ever seen. Again, given how closely matched all of these teams are going into the playoffs. So he's going to learn from last year, but last year is last year. The year before is 2 years ago. He's going to have to recognize, as do all managers, that every year presents a different challenge. Just because you took a guy out too early last year or left him in too long last year, you just have to change all thoughts and say it's a different year. But I'm not sure any tremendous lessons will be learned other than anything is possible.
Tim, his career's not over after this, and it's not going to be done for a long time. But you know Bryce Harper, the whole story, dating back to when he was in high school and on the cover of magazines. How important for his legacy is winning a World Series?
Well, I think it's important. I think he's going to go to the Hall of Fame no matter what. Mm-hmm. And I think he's had some incredibly big hits, including the home run to left center field against Padres a couple of years ago that was just stunning. But you're right. He plays so hard. He cares so much about winning that he is not going to rest until they win. Now, let's also understand there are a lot of great players that never won the World Series, from Ted Williams to Ernie Banks and many, many, many others along the way. But Bryce Harper wants no part of that group, and I think the team he's on now has as good a chance as any to not only get to the World Series, but win it this year.
Tim, were you surprised that Dave Dombrowski said run it back and didn't make some sort of a change to this roster before the season began? And do you think this playoffs will be a referendum on whether that was a good decision or not?
Well, he did some things at the trade deadline that I think made it recognize, hey, we're not good enough in the bullpen after the bullpen had a 1-month stretch and it wasn't very good after being really good. And Carlos Estevez has been really good for them. Leader in the clubhouse, ninth-inning pitcher if you need him. So I think a great thing is to show everyone we should have won last year. We have a really good team, and to show everyone, hey, we got to go make all these sweeping changes because we don't trust you. I'm not a big believer in that, and I don't think Dave Dombrowski is. But he tinkered enough at the trade deadline, I think, to put the Phillies in a pretty good spot.
Speaking of that, and last thing before we let you go, Tim, and we appreciate the time, we really do. Rob Thompson the last 2 years has not been afraid to platoon Bryson Stott. His numbers against left-handed pitching haven't been great this year either. How do you think he handles some of these platoons? Second base is Bryson Stott sharpied into the lineup. And what about the outfield? You have Yohan Rojas, Brandon Marsh, and also Austin Hayes, who they acquired at the deadline. How do you think Thompson works that out?
Well, it's a day-to-day decision. And, fellas, I just finished with the Tigers and the Astros where A.J. Hinch's precision on matchups is just incredible. The detail he uses, and I think this goes for all managers. They're gonna look at everything. Is Austin Hayes, can he hit a pitcher like this? Now forget the numbers against the guy. So I think it's a day-to-day decision, and I think you platoon only if the numbers suggest we don't think this is a good matchup for this guy. My guess is Bryson Stott plays every day because he's been an everyday player in the postseason before and a pretty good producer. So my guess is they don't platoon in the infield, but the outfield is going to be a mix and match situation, and maybe it should be.
You got to check out Tim's podcast with his son, Jeff, who we see all the time. Is this a great game or what? So much fun. So many great insights and behind-the-scenes stories you may not have heard before. Be sure to check that out. And, Tim, I've loved you for a long time, but I do forgive you for preempting General Hospital twice this week. I'm just going to say, I'm willing to set it aside. You were right during General Hospital. Preempted
John,
it.
it's a playoff game.
I know.
Thank you, Tim.
Good job,
You see
Tim.
what I deal with on a daily basis. Tim, we appreciate it so
Thanks,
much, man.
Tim.
Thank you.
Thank you, buddy.
Okay, guys. See you.
There he is, Tim Kirkchin on the Comcast Business Hotline.
One of the best people you'll ever meet.
Great people and great baseball minds.
In any walk of life.
Absolutely.
You know the Baseball Hall of Famers that come in this station? It's fun.
Yeah, it's amazing.
That Jason Stark, though, he could be really mean to you. Nah,
Yeah, he's a horrible human being, too. Unbelievable. These guys are so nice. All right, coming up next, we'll continue getting your reaction on today's topics. 610-632-0975 text line, phone line. But also, this series could go deep. And by deep, I mean 4 or 5 games. How do you handle Ranger Suarez's start? We'll discuss that next. It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Philadelphia Union Soccer.
Back for Click. Fires the shot.
Salciunas 97.5, The Fanatic.
What time is it? Very good.
You know what, John? It's time for jokes to go away. It's Red October time, okay?
Yeah, let's be no joking.
There's no more jokes. It's time to be
Be
serious.
serious.
Well, it's time to be a seamhead, Johnny.
Let's be serious.
I was already our man Raider Frank voiced his
Oh, no.
He voiced his dissatisfaction with the show today because
I'm sorry to hear that.
I'm not breaking down X's and O's of Phillies Mets.
I'm
and
sorry to
then
hear
I
that.
barked
No.
at Lamar, the Mets fan, who tried coming in here with his nonsense.
Well, let's can we make a pact though that we can let the next Mets fan we'll get them a chance. Come on. No. It has to. It has to be. Yeah, it has to be. That's not us.
They have 30.
That's not
They have 30 seconds.
That's not. Yeah, that's good.
They
That's
have
good.
30 seconds.
Absolutely.
And then I bark.
That's good.
All right.
There's no need to be we're a different show. Though.
By the way, we have talked about the series at length.
At length, and more importantly,
There was a 2-minute phone call.
We are not going to talk about the other things, which is, I think, what Raider Frank wanted us to talk about. We're not going to be talking about. We're not breaking down the Flyers roster today. We're not breaking down the.
No,
Sixers
he was just
off-season
upset that I
moves.
wasn't breaking
We're
down
not-
the series the
There's
way.
we've done plenty of that. In fact, we just had Tim Kirchin who did it beautifully.
Yeah, in fact, we're about to do it now.
That's awesome.
If Ranger Suarez needs to pitch in this series, which I'm going to
Needs to?
assume there's not a sweep. I'm going to assume the Phillies are not sweeping the Mets. How do you handle that start? So, Connor, you said something yesterday, and you said, would you be surprised if Ranger Suarez went out there and it clicked and he threw 6 innings? Yes.
Yes.
I would be surprised.
So would I.
And it's not because I don't believe in the guy. It's because I believe there's something up with the arm.
6 innings?
Yeah, I get that.
He's
I'm not
won
saying
6
it's
innings in
likely.
forever. Yeah.
Right.
And so I would be exactly. So I would be surprised. So Ranger Suarez, his last couple outings, we know the Nationals won 2 innings, 7 hits, 6 earned. Not good. The last time he pitched against the Mets, 5 innings, 5 hits, 2 earned runs.
Which I think is fantastic.
I would take that. The only problem is it was 2 home runs. Fortunately for him, both solo shots.
I'd sign on the dotted line.
No,
for
you
that.
would take that right away.
He's pitching,
I'm saying, but if
he's
there's
pitching
guys
at
on
Citi
base.
Field, he's pitching at Citi Field. No, I'm talking about the 2 runs.
Yeah.
2 earned runs in 5 innings.
Taking that in a heartbeat.
Oh, absolutely. I'll take that from almost any of our pitchers.
Brewers, 5 innings pitched, 3 earned runs on 4 hits, and then the one before that, the Rays, 5 1/3, 4 earned runs, 12 hits, which that's not
that
good.
was incredible. Terrible.
I would be very careful with Ranger Suarez.
Yeah, you have to be.
I almost want to say he's got a shorter leash than Christopher Sanchez. I need to see how Sanchez handles the
He
moment.
should have it.
But Ranger Suarez has the shortest leash.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yes.
But what I'll say is if he gives you remember that 3-inning start he had against the Braves where he was absolutely dominant last year. If he goes out and does that, he's not throwing 3 innings. He's going to throw 4, and then he's going to throw 5, and he's going to keep going. I believe Rob Thompson will let him go if he's looking good because of the season he's had.
See, Suarez has had problems, though, when they've done that. When they've allowed him to go because he's had times where they haven't pulled the plug on him early enough.
So
At
maybe
points recently, but he's
maybe
also
you
had
have guys loosening up.
I'm not talking before 10-1. I'm drawing a line that before June 1st, when the start against the Cardinals when he got hit in the hand.
Yeah.
From that point on, when they stick with him too long, is when a lot of the damage is done.
Yeah,
Right,
the
but
hand's been bothering
They
him,
don't
the
pull
back's
him out.
been bothering him.
I'm going to advocate for Captain Hook to have a quicker hook on Ranger in that regard.
Kind of, but in the playoffs it's different, right? In the regular season, if a guy starts an inning as a starter and it's July or August, you're like, okay, let's see if we could get him through this inning. Let's see how bad it gets.
You're right,
That doesn't
but-
happen in the postseason.
Well, that's why I'm hoping that
But
it doesn't happen.
You plan in the postseason.
Well, yes,
Yeah.
you
So-
have guys ready.
You're saying you let him go until it's almost like, all right, we got to get him out of there.
If I got 3 innings out of Ranger Suarez, and they're 3 scoreless innings, and he gives up and it's a scoreless game,
yeah.
and he gives up a hit, I'm maybe thinking about I'm getting somebody up.
Or
in the 4th inning, I'm
or-
getting somebody up.
do you go with the plan of it's 3 innings and that's
Oh.
it? And here's the reason why.
Who's the piggyback?
Well, not even piggyback. You unload the bullpen, and here's why. if you have to pitch in Game 5, if you have to play in Game 5,
It's Wheeler.
it's Wheeler.
And-
which is a fair point.
And you have a day off.
Hey, go get him, Wheels.
And you have a day off in between 4 and 5.
100% fair. This might be a fault of mine with Ranger Suarez, but I still have a good level of faith in the guy.
It's not.
Well,
it's
no,
not
it's
a
not that you
fault.
don't have
I have
faith.
faith in that guy
That's
too,
good.
in terms of mentality
Yes,
and the
coolness.
moment's never too big for him. He can't handle his arm. He can handle his mentality. He can block out noise. If the arm's not feeling good, the arm's not feeling good.
Well, plus, if you're having back issues, too, putting on at least 15 pounds, it looks like, doesn't help you either.
Regardless.
There's things that have, well, no, but that all plays into what he's struggled with this year. That's part of the struggle. He hasn't done things, I think, that would, but if you're having back issues, last thing you want to do is put on weight.
Well, maybe, but we don't have any confirmed. We don't know what's wrong with him. We haven't had any confirmed, like, oh, well, Ranger Suarez is dealing with this injury and he's trying to pitch through
right.
it. We're assuming this because
Well, no,
the
it is his
velocity
back.
seems to be a
We did
spot.
know
We
the
know
back
he was
was a
out
thing.
because of his back.
Right, he
and
was.
We do know that he came back significantly heavier. You can just watch him and see it.
Okay, well, we don't know. Like, I'm not going to. What I know is that Ranger Suarez in big moments has been big for this team. He has
Yes.
never been a player that, when put in the moment, has cost this team significantly in October.
Absolutely.
So, what I'm going to do is I'm going to look at the season. I'm going to say he hasn't been great lately, and that's why he is where he is in the rotation. But if he goes out there and he's shoving, I'm going to say, well, this dude threw a complete game shutout earlier this year. This dude was in the Cy Young conversation through 3 months of the season. I'm going to let this guy go because I have faith in him.
You remember what Tim Kirchin just said to us, though? And I thought it was really evident. And, by the way, it sort of shocked me, is that when I asked him about the experience of Rob Thompson and managing the last 2 Octobers, he goes, yeah, he learned things. He said, but last year's last year.
Yeah.
So Ranger Suarez of last year and the year before is not Ranger Suarez of this year, especially since June 1st.
Right.
He's been a completely different pitcher.
Yeah.
All right.
So that comes into
That's
my
fair.
line, too.
Coming up next, we reset the show. We'll get to some calls and some texts. We have today's headlines with Connor Thomas at 8:05. And at 8:10, we normally have a guest, Johnny. That's not the case today. But we are going to allow 3 guests to join the show.
What?
Young Andrew,
Young Andrew,
young Connor, and young John.
Interesting. Let me see if I can book him.
I need you guys to be ready to bring out your childhood hate of the Mets. 10 minutes of hate. It's Kincade and Salciunas,
good.
97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
to CHILL, CHILL. You have 15 minutes to enter it via the text code of 45911 or the Fanatic app or 975thefanatic.com. So 3 ways to do it. Enter the word CHILL, CHILL. One random entry wins $1,000 in this company-wide contest. Winners get a call from Beasley, so be sure to answer your phone. Complete rules at 975thefanatic.com. And it's all sponsored by Rand Spear, the accident lawyer. Good luck.
This is Kincade and Salciunas, Philadelphia Sports Talk. 97.5 The Fanatic.
It is 8:02 on Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic on this Friday morning. The day before the NLDS. I haven't done this in a while. I have a safe driving to work today, people. I've not done that in a long time.
By the way, there's been terrible accidents.
I know. It's all my fault.
Jessica Boyington and Matt Pellman are constantly telling people about the car crash.
Well, they're getting a paycheck.
Because of you. Because of you.
But have a safe driving to work. All right. So coming up, we have today's headlines at 8:05 with Connor Thomas. And then young Andrew, young John, and young Connor will join the show at 8:10. We don't have to change our voices. Pre-puberty. We don't have to do the pre-puberty voices.
I can only imagine what that sounded
like. But
like.
I want you to you're very logical and grounded, John. I want your fandom to come out here a little bit in terms of, and fandom's not just loving the Phillies.
No,
it's hating the rivals.
Yeah, that's fine.
All right, so we're going to give you some good Mets hate coming up at 8:10. Still a lot in store for you today. But what do we have on the text line, Connor? Our topics today, if you want to chime in at 610-632-0975, how are you feeling heading into the 2024 playoffs compared to the previous 2 years? Kind of think back to where you were at mentally in 2022 and 2023, because those were 2 different times as well. How about this year? And what is the punishment for someone who sells the tickets? Because people are already doing it and bragging about it. Of course I sold my tickets. I made money off of it.
Bookmark those tweets and expose them.
Yeah.
Expose these
Especially
people.
when they celebrate a Phillies victory that they could have been at. What do you got, Connor?
Matt from Belmar checks in and says, I have no worries. I feel like this is the 22 Giants thinking they had a chance against the Eagles at Lincoln Financial Field. We had the best record in all of baseball at the bank, and we're the better team.
Interesting.
Phils in a sweep.
Wow, sweep.
Look, the Phillies are the better team.
They're the better team.
They're the better team. There's no debating that. The Phillies are the better team. They have the better rotation. They have the better bullpen. They have the better roster, period. Obviously, the question of will they be ready to go? We'll find out tomorrow. It might not take long.
We'll know by 4:30.
Yeah, how the bats are looking after that. How long has it been since they played? 5 days? It'll be 5 days?
Sunday to Saturday, so yes.
Yeah, and not everybody played on Sunday, right? So it's been some time for some of these guys to play. We'll find out pretty early. But bottom line is, man, I'm putting a lot of the eggs in the basket of Zach Wheeler for Game 1, confidently.
Well, you should be.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm very confident. I'm very confident they can do that.
And then if you're up 1-0, maybe that takes away the luster of the Mets.
Now, you heard Tim. He does believe that there could be some manipulation based on what happens.
Yes.
So you
the
fall.
Nola Sanchez thing.
Let's assume it's dangerous to do. Assume they find a way to win the Wheeler start. Connor Thomas, Rob Thompson calls you.
Yeah, I'm available.
No.
Oh.
He doesn't want you. He doesn't want to throw Game 2.
There's his first mistake.
He wants to go up 2-0. He's starting.
He's starting.
You're up 1-0.
He's starting Aaron Nola.
I think he starts Aaron Nola.
I think he starts Christopher Sanchez.
All right. And by the way,
and I 1-0 makes me absolutely want to start Sanchez more than less.
So that you're up hopefully 2-0 because if it starts at home and then Nola can end it. Now, one thing before we get to the headline.
Sure.
And you're not doing this for any reason. There's something we got to take out of the vocabulary from now until first pitch tomorrow.
Okay, what's that?
If the Phillies take Game 1. There's no, they're not the underdog in this series.
They're not.
So but if the Phillies win Game 1, no take. No take. Phillies are the better team. Phillies are the better team. There's no taking. This isn't the Phillies going to Atlanta and taking Game 1. This is the Phillies winning Game 1, damn it. Sound good?
I like that. No, I don't think that is not a problem because I say it to my kids all the time that I teach.
Yes, you do.
I make them always speak in the affirmative. Where will you be in 10 years? What's your job in 10 years? Well, I hope to be, and I go wrong. I would like to be wrong. I will be. Speaking into existence, that's a great point.
Damn right.
Violated my own rule.
All right, it's time now for today's headlines with Connor Thomas.
Today's headlines with Connor Thomas.
What do we got, Connor?
What's up, boys? So we have a check-in from some royalty on the Philadelphia Phillies. Now, you guys are familiar with the Phillies show with Ruben Amaro, Todd Zalecki, and the guys over there do a
By the
great
way,
job
great
on that
listen.
one.
It's a great podcast.
Now, they had Sir Charles Barkley on, and he talked about his favorite Phillies player. Would you wager a guess as to who it is if you guys haven't seen
Kurt,
it?
like on the roster now?
Yes.
Kyle Schwarber.
My guess is Ranger Suarez.
Johnny nailed it, and
There you
here's
go.
why.
My favorite player, I mean, obviously everybody love Bryce because he's a stud, but I love Kyle Schwarber, man. What he's did to his body, and it's just been incredible. Because it kind of, not comparing, I don't like to compare, that's not fair. You know, because when I was a fat ass when I first got to Philly, not calling Kyle a fat ass now. Yeah, I know how it works. By the time it gets on television, Charles Barkley called Kyle Schwarber fat. And I remember reading about Kyle, I think it started when he was in Chicago. He said, I want to redo my body, and he redid his body, and he's been a great addition to what he's accomplished the last X amount of years. So I'm using it in that context.
It's great.
I love the way Charles Barkley talks about everything.
Dude, Kyle Schwarber not only hits 38 home runs and drives in 104 runs this year, the fact that he hit 300 against lefties this year is wild.
It's crazy. And more importantly,
Wild.
too, you know how we talk about the fact that Zach Wheeler is arguably one of the greatest free agent signings in all of Philadelphia
Yeah.
sports? Not even a question. What are we looking at 3 years into the investment into Kyle Schwarber?
So, I don't know.
He's been transformational for this franchise.
I think Connor may have been out and Tom was filling in as
Okay.
producer. And Tom pitched that as a topic. Is Kyle Schwarber one of the greatest signings in Phillies franchise
Not
history?
even a question.
He is.
He's got to be
No,
there.
he's got to be. And more importantly, what about the investment you made? 3 years? Every one of the years has been a supreme return on your $25 million.
And they didn't go completely out of the bank to get it.
No, they
too.
went $25 million.
Yeah.
And it's been, he has given them, I'm going to tell you by baseball standards, every one of the years, he's given them more than $25 million.
Imagine if Matt Stairs' Dodgers home run happened 3 times a week for 3 years. Like, I know the magnitude of it, but, like, that's what this dude does. He just goes out there and hits moonshots over and over again.
Can I say something that just freaking blew my mind, by the way, speaking of Schwarber? Like,
Sure,
I
go
mean,
ahead.
like, blew my mind. He has hit 131 home runs in his 3 full seasons with the Phillies. 131. He hit
Where is he?
121 with the Cubs in 6 years.
Yeah, dude.
Now, he missed
welcome
almost
to the bank,
he almost
baby.
missed a full
Remember,
season.
he had, right. Was it shoulder? Something like that.
No,
I
it was
forget
ACL.
what it was.
No,
ACL.
So 5 seasons. Let's just say 5 seasons with the Cubs. In 5 seasons with the Cubs, he had 121 home runs. In 3 with the Phillies, 131. 10 more home runs in 2 less seasons. That's quick math, 324 games.
Welcome to the bank.
He has been an incredible addition. Like, such an incredible addition.
He's a monster. So
And
shout
more
out.
importantly, he's the leader of that locker room.
Yeah.
No questions asked.
Absolutely.
Shout out the guys who got on the Philly show, Ruben Amaro, Jim Salisbury, and Todd Zalecki. The next one here, Thursday Night Football, was kind of a classic last night.
my
People
God,
might have
yeah.
missed it. Here's how it sounded at the end.
Mooney moving. That's fired. That's caught. And that is Hodge. And Hodge is going to take it to the end zone.
Wow, even this game
A
brought
most
Al back.
improbable win for the Atlanta Falcons.
That game was so good that Al had life on the broadcast.
I know. He sounded like a young Al Michaels on that one. But what are your thoughts seeing that matchup? Does it change anything about the way you view the Eagles?
John said something off the air, and it pissed me off. Go ahead.
Well, which one was it? I say a lot of things that piss you off.
Well, no, not pissed. Like, you didn't piss me off because of something that you said personally. It was the fact that the Falcons had a game plan to just
The Falcons tore apart the Buccaneers with ease.
get the ball out quick.
And it was quick release, quicker than Kirk Cousins even gets it off.
Yeah.
He didn't have as much time to throw last night. He was under duress at times, and he picked them apart. So all the Jalen Hurts excuse makers need to shush a little bit.
Oh, it's not even
and
that.
watch that.
Honestly,
no,
it's not
but
even
there was
Hurts
a
for
lot
me.
of that.
It's the game. It's the game plan.
I
for
said the
me.
game plan sucked too.
Yeah.
We've been all over that.
Yeah.
The game plan sucking, but you got to make throws too.
Yeah.
You got to make throws.
36-30 is a wild game. And oh, by the way, 12 seconds left. It was 2nd and 10. They throw to make it a shorter field goal. This was in fourth quarter.
Right.
They're down 3. They get it 1 second left with the spike. Little home cooking.
And more importantly, too, you now are same record as the Saints, but the Falcons have you with a loss in head-to-head with the Saints.
Yes.
So that's one to watch. And Tampa has you. Same record.
Yep.
Now they have you with a loss.
Very fun game, though.
Yeah, hell of a game if you missed it watching Mets Brewers last night. Last thing we'll round out with. This is perfect because of what we're going to talk about coming up next. But just a reminder to everybody out there from the man himself.
The next question we have for you. Do you really hate the New York Mets?
I do. I do. That's all I have to
Perfect
say.
answer.
Yes, that was Chase Utley.
Yeah.
That was post-playing career, or was he was with the Dodgers organization?
He had the white spiky hair.
Yeah.
Well, remember they hated
Silver
him,
Fox.
They hated him with the Dodgers, too.
Yeah, because that was the slide.
When he
the
did the
slide was
slide.
when he was with the Dodgers. But
Which,
they
by the
hated
way-
him when he was with the Phillies.
Cheap or not?
Dirty.
Absolutely.
Dirty as hell.
So dirty.
Dirty as hell.
And
Okay, good. I'm
so-
proud of you
so
because I
dirty.
love Chase Utley. Love watching him play. That was dirty as
Just
hell.
because it happened against the Mets. Reese Hoskins' slide this year against McNeil. Dirty.
Dirty.
But I'll tell you, if I had a time machine and I was going back to a point, righting wrongs of history, that would be very low on the list for things I would change.
Oh, of course.
I
I'm
like
rooting
that.
for it, but I wouldn't change it.
All right. So I wanted to save this portion of the show for our youth, John. And not the youth listening to the program. I mean
Okay.
our youth. My youth, your youth, and Connor's youth.
Right.
I just want to express good Mets hate. All right? Now I'll try to keep it calm.
Yeah, keep it calm.
Because sometimes the calm, angry person is the scariest.
Olivia says her dad has his quiet voice.
When my dad would yell at me growing up, when he would give me a look, though, I peed myself.
I go quiet voice.
Yeah. Quiet voice is scary.
Quiet voice, much scarier.
It's scary, right? So I hate the Mets. I told you they're my least favorite team among all the teams in all of sports. More than the Cowboys, Giants, Celtics, Devils, you name it. The Mets are my number one most hated team. And it goes back to my childhood. You know, I was 13 years old in 2007 when the Phillies made that comeback. That Phillies team was so near and dear to my heart. I was on the Jersey Shore. I was on the Ocean City Beach
Okay.
when they started having that comeback, the 11-10 win against the Mets.
Yep.
I was on the beach. My dad was listening to the game on the radio, and people at the neighboring beach setups were hovering over our radio.
To listen.
I'm on my vacation. I said, Dad, give me the freaking keys to the house, the shore house. I sprinted. I needed to watch it. All right?
You're with me. You're a teenager, right?
Yeah. Well,
Life's
12,
a
13.
vacation.
Yeah, you're
Life's
right.
a vacation.
You're right. So
On my vacation.
I sprint back to the house to watch that finale. I hate the Mets so much. My dad loved coaching me when it came to baseball. Did everything he could to get me to the level that I never got, which was obviously the big leagues or college or anything like that. He bought me a book once. It was a baseball training book. And on the cover was David Wright. I never opened it.
Well, that's why you didn't make it.
My dad paid his hard-earned money to give me a baseball training book
And you wouldn't even
of
read it.
exercises. I refused to read it because David Wright was on it. By the way, why would I read an exercise book of a guy that was always injured?
Okay.
I hated David Wright.
Yeah.
I hated Jose Reyes. Forget his off-the-field stuff because he was not a good human being. I freaking hated Jose Reyes. Paul LaDuca, that rat face. Billy Wagner. I love that Pat Burrell was your daddy. All right? I hate everything. Andy Chavez did squat here with the Phillies, but makes a robbing, incredible catch in the playoffs for the Mets. I hate you, Andy Chavez. I hate everything about the Mets. I've continued to hate everything about the Mets. Even though the rivalry has not been the same over the last decade, it is renewed tonight or tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
And I'm ready to be a lunatic where people driving on JFK Boulevard near the Uptown Beer Garden, where Connor and I will be doing a watch party. People will be driving by going, what's wrong with that guy? Do we need to call the police? No violence will be there. But I will be a lunatic. I hate the Mets. I hate everything about that fan base. I hate everything about that stadium, even though I've never been to it. It just looks like a toilet bowl, even the new one. I hate Carlos Delgado. I hate Cliff Floyd. I hate every pitcher that's ever pitched for that team. I used to love Johan Santana when he was with the Twins until he went to the Mets. hate you, Johan Santana. I'm glad that you throw no-hitter, and that was the last of your career because you threw 137 pitches in it. Fact check me. I believe that's what it is, 137. I hate the New York Mets with a burning passion, John, and I'm ready for this series to start tomorrow.
Yours came differently, though. Yours came differently for me because to me it's the 86 Mets. And so you weren't even a glimmer in your father's eyes.
Correct.
And I will tell you that the 86 Mets made me hate that franchise forever. They were the most arrogant, the most drug-riddled bunch of a-holes that has ever patrolled a baseball field. Whether you're talking about the Darryl Strawberry, Dwight Gooden, Gary Carter, Keith Hernandez, who's a hell of a broadcaster, by the way, Ray Knight, oh my gosh, throw up in my mouth. They were awful. Awful human beings, that team, where they were more likely to snort the first baseline than they were actually to be able to perform. They were terrible human beings. Now, we had our own in 93. But the 86 Mets made me hate the Mets. The pit that is Flushing, and I am a guy who went to Met games frequently as a young man going up to Flushing. It's terrible. It's awful. It's a terrible place to put a stadium. And it may be why they only sell out like 3 or 4 games a year. And the 7-line Army crap might be my worst of all. The trash-talking 7-line Army who you never hear from when they're 12 games under 500, you never hear from when they're 500. You just hear from when they make a run at something and they're pretty good. That's what I don't dig about the Mets. I do not like them, and they are right there. Cowboys worse for me. Mets right there. They're a 1A for me.
Connor?
Yeah, the Cowboys are worse. But the Mets are, I mean, just absolutely mind-numbingly annoying. And I'll tell you what. It's not the players, and it's not the franchise. For me, it's always been the fans. It's always been those damn fans. Because I'll tell you this. The Mets have had some solid baseball players over the years. Not ones that I've liked to watch, but some solid players that have had good careers other places. But those damn Mets fans, you are just like Cowboys fans with this. Every year it's this and every year it's that. And we're going to win, not knowing that every time you choke, that most of you alive have never seen your team win anything. That you went to the World Series, once in our lifetime, Andrew? And guess what? You lose to an irrelevant franchise like the Kansas City Royals? Are you kidding me? Just absolute. And then you're celebrating World Series parades or World Series celebrations in spring training like you're going to win something. And the fan base buys in every year. You know what Mets fans are? Mets fans are the first guy in that Indiana Jones movie to find all those goblets in the cave and pick wrong. You were born in New York. You could have been a Yankees fan. You could have had all these championships and all this glory. But you know what happened to you? You chose poorly. And you've been spending the rest of your sports life trying to prove that little brother could be big brother again one day to the Yankees or even to the Phillies. And you're never going to be. You picked wrong. You picked the worst team. You picked chokers. You picked losers. It's always been that way. It always will be that way if you're a New York Mets fan and for that organization. So we'll see you in Philly. We'll see you in Philly.
Damn right. All right. We can grow up.
Well
again.
said.
We can grow up again.
Well said.
I enjoy our youth coming out and
God,
talking about our hatred for the Mets.
I hate the Mets.
Tomorrow, it begins. All right, coming up next. If you want to express Mets hate, feel free. Text line, phone line, 610-632-0975. Obviously, answer our topical questions today as well. How are you feeling heading into these playoffs compared to the previous 2 years? And what should the punishment be for somebody who sells their tickets? Legacy. I asked Tim Kirchin about Bryce Harper's legacy of winning a World Series. This playoff series and the playoffs moving forward, how does it affect the legacy of a lot of these core players? We'll discuss that next. It's Kincade and Salciunas on the day before Phil's Mets, 97.5 The Fanatic. Morning. Tomorrow is game 1 of the NLDS where the Phillies take on the Mets. All right. I need the scared fans, not concerned.
Yeah, because that's what the Dylan McTrollins of the world try to make having legitimate concerns as, well, you're being scared. No, you're not.
Well, the legit scared fans, they need to go.
You can have legitimate concerns. And by the way, if you look at the Mets and you don't have legitimate concerns about what that team has done, how much better they played with you since you both left London, you're either doing one of two things. You're just lying, or you're I'm going to tell you, you're not watching baseball to be able to understand it.
Screw Brandon Nimmo.
Seriously.
I hate that.
Oh, no. He's to me,
I hate Brandon Nimmo.
To me, he might be the one.
I need Brandon Nimmo to do nothing this series, because if he does something, like anything, that guy's going to go down as one of the more hate. I just know it.
They have a whole hate-the-face team, dude. Harrison Bader is a hate-the-face guy.
He absolutely is.
Look at Hair Club for Men last night.
Jesse Winker is a hate-the-face guy. Pete Alonso is a hate-the-face guy.
Seriously. I mean, like, PD Plugs.
Francisco Lindor is such a not hate-the-face guy that he's become a hate-the-face guy.
See, I got tons of respect for Lindor, and it drives me crazy.
That's why I hate him, because I respect him so much that I'm almost sick with myself.
Fair. That's true.
Stop being so likable with your smile.
Brandon Nimmo, though, that guy, I'm excited. There's probably
Nimmo to me is the worst.
There's probably Phillies fans, the Red October people, the people that don't watch all season long, and
then they go to they're in line at the store.
Whatever, they're showing
they're banging down the doors at Rally House.
Support. There's going to be a lot of people that I think are that find out who Brandon Nimmo is. This weekend.
And you'll hate him.
I'm kind of excited for it, the amount of hate that guy's going to get.
It's weird that you say him first, because he's number one to me.
Yeah.
And then PD Plugs is second.
Well, I told you Paul Duca was number one for me back in the Mets team in 2007 when there was 18 better players than Paul Duca, but I hated that guy.
I respect. Now, what about, I'm drawing a blank. Number 2, close second, is Helmet Slammer. Last night, I'm drawing a blank. Winker?
Winker with the long
Jesse
hair.
Winker.
He's absolutely right there. He is right there. And Kevin Nagandi, God bless you, because he tweets it out right afterwards. He goes, he's there, DJ AAA. He's there, over the top guy.
I wanted him when he was with Cincinnati.
About everything.
I wanted him when he was with Cincinnati.
By the way, he can be a hell of a player. Very critical.
Yeah, he fell apart after he left Cincinnati with the Mariners and the Brewers. But then obviously
he's found himself.
A little resurgence with the Mets. But yeah, I wanted him when he was with Cincinnati when he was available.
I don't blame you. I don't blame you.
So this Phillies team, let's get into this legacy conversation, and then we'll get to the text line. I don't want to do just this series. I kind of want to do the entire playoffs. I know I wrote down the show sheet this playoff series. Somebody can go 0 for 15 in this series. Phillies win, and then they do stuff in the next round. But this playoffs, and this kind of goes to your topic yesterday, John, where you said, it's the referendum of the Dave Dombrowski decision to run it back. But these playoffs, we've talked about it. If they don't win if they lose in an NLCS in 7 games to the Dodgers, so be it, right? But if they have a meltdown like they did last year, and even though I excuse them for 2022 because of that run, and the Astros, by the way, were still in the prime of their dynasty when that happened, they still had the no-hitter where they got no hit, and they came up small at the end. If things don't go the way we want them to,
okay,
where does that leave this era? Harper's not going anywhere. Turner's not going anywhere.
Completely unfulfilled and a complete disappointment. Complete. All the good feelings of 2022 are going to be embedded in us forever.
Yeah.
It was
10 years from now, 20 years from now, 30 years from now.
But if you're honest, I so appreciate your honesty, because that was something where nobody believed going into the postseason. Nobody. And that was a great 4 weeks of our life.
Oh, incredible.
That we'll never forget. Last year was a huge kick in the privates.
It was.
And if this team was to lose to the Mets, first of all, it's another step down in a constant decline, which the Phillies have seen before in their history.
Yep.
And it doesn't end well. It would be a huge disappointment.
Well, even if they win this series, but then they look lifeless against the Dodgers
the thing
or
is,
the
if
Padres.
Here's one thing, though, and it speaks to what Connor said earlier. In a team that in the last 2 Red Octobers has been 7-0 in game ones, the last thing I will ever expect is that the Phillies are going to look lifeless.
Correct.
They're going to have fight in them. There's going to be – it's just a matter of when does that lull hit.
Right. And you hope that it never hits.
And you hope it never hits. And maybe because they don't play a wild card round this year,
right.
Maybe it doesn't happen.
I just think about like some of these players that have been here for the whole thing, right? Zach Wheeler, Aaron Nola have been here for the whole thing. Harper, Turner just started last year, but like a guy like Castellanos, right? You know he's a polarizing figure in this city.
He is.
There are a lot of people that don't like him. And
he doesn't make himself a likable figure.
No,
he does not.
I get it.
He goes out of his way to be a jerk to people.
Okay.
Which I don't understand that. I don't understand why you want to
You
be
also
that
don't
way.
like the flip side, which is Garrett Stubbs.
No, I don't know. I don't like the pandering either. But I mean, I don't like.
So what do you want?
I never
Yeah, so what do you want?
No. I never want my least important person on the roster to be like, look at me,
Right.
look at me. I'm center stage.
Yeah,
look at
but
me.
the most
Don't like
important
it.
person on
Don't
the
like
roster
it.
is Bryce Harper. You don't like his pandering.
He does
either.
a lot of look at
no,
me.
but I also Bryce Harper is freaking fantastic, and isn't taking shrapnel. He's fantastic.
Right.
Castellanos, I don't understand why he has to be like to the Sports Center anchor. Dumb question.
Yeah.
But why do you have to be a jerk?
Right, I got you.
You go out of your way to be a jerk. I
just wonder, like, do things have to go well for his legacy in this
Yes.
playoff series? Castellanos,
Yes.
like Bryce Harper, people are going to love him forever, right? Like that's not going away anytime soon. Turner, I think, is kind of wishy-washy with people. I think people don't know what they're getting out of Trey Turner at times. I don't think there's a full support of JT Realmuto from a lot of people.
Whoa. Wow,
There used to be. I don't know.
I think there still is.
I think JT Realmuto is bulletproof in this fan base.
Okay.
He's so freaking. He's been so good. He's been so dependable. He's been so.
Well, yeah. I don't know where I'm coming.
No, but I don't think he's. No, I don't. I think he's bulletproof.
So
in this fan
Castellanos
base.
is really the.
Castellanos, there's a referendum on Castellanos because I'll tell you this: if he goes out there and puts together another series, like he did 2 years ago after the Braves series, like he did after the Braves series last year, and he comes out and he's a complete liability, and he looks like he's up at King of Prussia Topgolf, then I will forever. That will be emblazed in my memory more than.
But
anything.
what if I said he comes out with another series where he's Reggie Jackson, which
Well, no,
he
if
was
he does
last
that,
year?
no, if he does that against the Mets, that's awesome.
But nobody-
But then if he
I got you.
becomes the black hole that he's been afterwards, no.
But you
no
know
dice.
what people have said about Castellanos. Oh, he's done nothing for them in the playoffs.
That's ridiculous.
Which is
That's ridiculous.
one of the it's you're flat out wrong.
Do you
People
know
called him Tobias Harris.
Do you know that other than Bryce Harper, who just for whatever reason has just assassinated the Braves,
Yes.
they hate Castellanos.
Yeah,
He is
they
number
should.
2. He is number 2 on their October hit
He's
list
freaking Cody Ross.
because he has crushed them 2 years in a row.
Yeah.
He's the number 1 with that fan base, other than Harper.
Other than Harper, yeah.
It's Nick Castellanos. But to me, this is a referendum on him.
Of
Absolutely.
course.
I need to see him. I just need to see him be. If he has a great series against the Mets and goes out and has a mediocre series in the next series, I'm okay with it. I'm okay with that. It's when you completely disappear
Right.
and you're swinging at balls that are
Bad pitches.
literally right at your ankles.
Right.
Yeah,
over and over
but
again.
when we talk about legacy, I think the premise of this conversation is insane.
Okay.
How many free agents do the Philadelphia Phillies have after this season concludes?
How many free agents?
Yes.
Hoffman
Yep.
is the biggest one.
He's
to me.
one of the only ones. They
Yes,
have
but he's-
three.
yeah,
It's
but the thing
Carlos
is-
Estevez,
Right.
It's Jeff Hoffman.
Estevez.
And it's Spencer Turnbull. Those are the only guys. Everybody else is either arbitration eligible, pre-arb, or under contract. So having a legacy conversation about a team with basically everybody scheduled to come back.
Disagree completely. If this team fizzles out, if this team loses to the Mets, I hope Dave Dombrowski takes a grenade to that clubhouse.
It won't be a grenade.
And make some distinct changes. The only reason it won't be is because there's some contracts that can't be moved.
Well, I mean, you won 95 games this year. And your division.
And I got you.
Okay.
And you can tell me all that. Do you believe, I'm being honest with you, truth serum, Connor.
Go for it.
Do they win the division if Spencer Strider and Acuna are not injured?
Dude, I don't care. Bring up the Braves, John. Hang on for a second. I don't know, John, but think about the Braves. Did the Braves take a grenade to their roster when they lost to the Phillies twice, or did they run it back again?
No, because they also have a younger, talented roster.
Okay, the Phillies have young players, too.
They do. But are the young players the ones
My point is, Atlanta didn't blow it up because they're a talented team. Just because you run back the same thing 2 times.
They also have 23 and 24-year-olds they're building around. That isn't this situation. Their best players are 23, 24, 25.
And they have older guys.
That's completely different.
It's not completely different. If you have a team that works, you don't take a grenade to it because the fan base is annoyed at their approach at the plate. Dave Dombrowski is not going to do that.
Who are our best guys? 32, 31, 30, 32. It's a completely different scenario.
It wouldn't
be
a grenade, though.
It will not be a grenade. That would be the dumbest thing Dave Dombrowski could do.
If they do a big rolling back, if this team was to lose to the Mets, and I don't think they will.
No.
But if they were, that would be ridiculous if you said, yeah, we're just going back.
Yeah, but JT will still be here. Schwarber will still be here.
JT will be in his final year, and he'll be here.
The only guy that won't be here would be Castellanos. Outside of that, everybody's back.
And Schwarber will be in his final year.
Castellanos has been probably one of your more consistent players.
So they're not going to blow it up.
Since London, he's been your best.
This is why
since the last,
he's been your best.
2 seasons.
It's crazy to talk about legacy when this team isn't changing, even if they go out. Like, they're not significantly changing.
That's a scary thought if you lose to the Mets.
There will be some slight changes, but your pitching rotation will be largely the same. The bullpen will be largely the same.
The pitching rotation will
be
lineup
will be largely the same. This team is not changing regardless of what happens.
And that is the scariest thing you could say.
Yeah, I'd be terrified of 95 wins, too.
If they lose to the Mets.
All right, coming up next, we'll get your text reaction on all of our topics today. Don't forget, Matt Gelb will be joining us coming up at 9:10 today. And before we get to Matt Gelb, I have another mentality question. Look, we're not reacting to anything. The games start tomorrow, but I have another mentality question to run by you guys to start the 9 o'clock hour. But I want to hear from you guys on our topics today. How are you feeling heading into the 2024 playoffs compared to the previous 2 years? And what is the punishment for those of you who are selling tickets?
Out these people.
I need more on that because this starts tomorrow. It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. p.m. on Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. Dude, we're getting close. So
what's getting close?
What's the day like tomorrow? Like tomorrow, and
what do you mean? What's the day? Like from the time you wake up?
yeah, because here's the deal. So obviously my life is different with a 2-year-old around, so he kind of keeps me busy. I have to probably leave my house around 3:15 in order to get to the watch party. So I need to worry about like 6 a.m. when he wakes up till 3. That's a long time.
Okay. Now you got me thinking about it. Now I'm going to try to get down. I'll be there, remember the press.
Yes.
Saturday and Sunday. But I want to be there for batting practice. So I'm going to get there way early, at least one of the days.
So that keeps you busy. Yeah,
that keeps me busy. That manages to tear it down. Little breakfast at the Market Street Grill tomorrow.
Nice. All right.
To go in and see Christian and the gang there. Have a little, maybe an omelet, which is weird because I never had an omelet till I was a cancer patient.
Yep. Welcome.
So I'm now like the omelet factory.
Omelet gang, stand up.
So there. So that's what I'm probably going to do.
Like in a previous life, I used to try to find things to do. I would exercise. I would
sure.
play a game of Madden. I would do, like in a
We're
previous,
going to go on a hike
like
after breakfast.
Nowadays, it's like, all right, I just got to keep on following Coop, and I do a lot of clock watching.
I got it easy. If you're in the frame of life or the time of life where I'm at right now.
We got 3 different times of lives.
Yes, we do.
If you don't have a lot going on at the moment, let's just say it that way. I'm just going to stay up till like 3 a.m. or 4 a.m. tonight. And then I'm going to sleep as late as I possibly can tomorrow.
Hey, look, good for you, man.
I think that's fair. I mean, it really is interesting, though. The single guy, the dad with kid in college, the dad with a 2-year-old.
Yeah.
We cover all the bases.
It's completely.
We do. We got
and the
you
thing is,
covered.
though, like I said to my wife today, I said, I texted her and I said, I'm taking you to lunch that'll be dinner. So just make plans. We're going to go to one spot we like.
Nice.
And you can do stuff like that. You have a much more difficult thing to navigate.
I can't.
Connor in the world has nothing.
Much.
Connor's like a stray dog.
Yeah.
He can do whatever he
100%,
wants.
dude.
He can do whatever he wants. It's amazing.
Sometimes you miss it.
No, you don't.
No, I don't. By the way, coming up at 9:35, our buddy John Brazier, Director of Fun and Games for the Philadelphia Phillies, will be joining us here in studio to talk about the fun things that will be at Citizens Bank Park for the next 2 days and, of course, for an entire month of October. Matt Gelb,
I like that.
Damn right. Matt Gelb joins us at 9:10. But real quick, let's talk about this before we get to Matt at 9:10. Can we handle a long series with the Mets?
No. This city will. If next Friday, I thought about this morning.
That's
on the
1
ride
week
in.
from today.
By the way, there will be no weather in this series.
Correct.
Right now, it looks like the weekend is perfect here, and it looks like Tuesday and Wednesday night are perfect in New York.
Good deal.
So if we are next Friday breaking down Game 5 of the NLDS, this city will lose its collective mind because we'll be talking about the Birds in Cleveland,
I was
too.
about to say, we got Game 5, Phil's Mets, and then are the Eagles a good football team or not? Well, how do they look against Cleveland?
Oh, I guarantee it.
That's
it's
one
gonna
week.
be,
That's 1 week from today if it is a 5-game series.
That is our lives. I believe that we will be celebrating on Thursday.
I agree.
And we will be looking at Eagles, and we will be looking ahead to the NLCS.
I'll say this. I think we need to be celebrating on Thursday.
I hope so.
I don't want to wait till Friday night.
That'll be terrible.
I don't want to wait till Friday night to celebrate the Phillies moving on to the NLCS.
I'm going to be a selfish bastard here. I honestly don't want to give up the celebration show to Kevin Cooney and D. Lynam and everybody else.
Oh, yeah.
I want us to have it.
Hell yeah,
so I'm going to be
man.
a selfish SOB
I
about
want Lamar.
this.
I want Lamar to call in us.
And you know what, though? We know Lamar will.
He probably
Lamar's
will.
a good dude. He
See?
will.
Yeah, so before I say this, I want to just lay this. Stay with me on this one. Tell me if this makes sense. Like the matchup with the Mets, I'm not trying to be disrespectful to the quality of baseball team they are, because they are a dangerous team, as are all the teams in the DS series right now. But when you look at the Mets, I feel like if you played the Brewers, I don't think there's any way that that's not a tight series. I think the Phillies are the better team, but I think that's a team that's going to drag it out. I do think there's a chance, based on the talent level of the pitching staff the Phillies have versus the Mets, that this could be a quick one. Like, I think there's a better chance that it would have been against the Brewers, even though the Mets were the team that obviously won. So I do think it can be quick, but I think we can handle a long series. And here's why. I would be shocked, absolutely floored, if the Padres-Dodgers series doesn't go 5. And if
I could see it going 4.
And if you're looking at the other side, and you're saying they're not sweeping. Neither of those teams are sweeping each other. You're going to be on relatively even playing field with the team you match up with. And you know, I know in Philly how this works, but you have a final game that's got to be here at the bank. I think we could handle it. It won't be fun, but I think we could handle it.
Let me give you this scenario, because what Connor says there seems very logical. If the Phillies go and win the Wheeler start, they win the Wheeler start that we're expecting, and then Christopher Sanchez, they pull out another victory. They go to New York 2-0. Nola gets trashed in Game 3. You have to start Ranger in Game 4. Mets are on a roll, and Mets dominate them. You tell me everybody will be like, yeah, we're fine coming back with Wheeler. Nothing will happen.
They won't be.
We will be wetting our collective pants. If they're up 2-0 and there's a Game 5, this city will wet its collective pants.
I think this series,
all the big talk
needs to end quick.
Yes. I'll still be a big talker because emotionally, you're absolutely right, Johnny. And I was against the Diamondbacks last year, and that bit us in the ass. But that is what it is at this point.
Everybody kept telling me, don't worry about the Diamondbacks.
I've told you how I feel about Zach Wheeler. I told you there's one equal to Zach Wheeler in the postseason. He's on the other side on a team that's not going to play for the World Series in the Detroit Tigers. And if you have Zach Wheeler throwing a Game 5 at Citizens Bank Park against the team that decided not to pay him, I will take him 1,000,000 times out of 1,000,000 to dice in that game.
All right. Before we get to Matt Gelb, who joins us in about 2 minutes, what do we got on the text line on any of our topics there today, Connor?
I have a great one for you guys. You guys are going to absolutely love this because we have a check-in from the competition. And I want you to just hear what the Mets are feeling about their team right now.
Okay.
This texter says, no name on this, of course, because Mets fans are cowards.
Coward.
I'm a Mets fan, and I will admit the Phillies have a better lineup and pitching staff.
Okay.
But one thing the Phillies don't have is as much heart as the 2024 New York Mets. This Mets team is hot, they're determined, and they will storm into Philadelphia and steal Game 1 on Saturday. And Gary Cohen, Keith Hernandez, and Ron Darling are 1,000 times better broadcasters than your two boring broadcasters, LFGM.
Shut up.
They're playing the heart card.
Listen, first off, you want to say they're playing hot? That's totally fair to say. Don't say like this team is more heart than your
Give me a break.
Come on, Bryce Harper.
How about I mean,
Bryce Harper. That is Mr. Hart.
I will say, here's the only thing: they've shown a ton of heart.
Sure.
They've shown a ton of heart.
Phillies have it too.
They left again. I'll say it. I don't think really grasp it. When they left London, the Mets were 16 and a half games behind the Phillies.
Right.
This team turned their year around, much like the 2022 Phillies did.
Yeah, absolutely.
But to make the Phillies haven't had a chance to show their heart, which they've shown 2 years in a row in the postseason. So I have every confidence that that's there because my guys have proven it. So I'm fine with that.
You know what makes the heart argument? The lesser team.
Damn right.
And I'll tell you what, folks.
That's interesting.
This ain't no Disney movie. They're not this, fun underdog story. The lesser team makes the hard argument. They know they're worse.
I love that. But
Good
you know
job,
what,
Connor.
though? Here's the only thing I'd say, Connor. This city, the majority of the fan base, I'll say 55, 60%, lives to be the underdog.
I know.
They hate being the favorites because they don't have the balls. I'll say it. They don't have the balls to accept the pressure of when you're the favorite.
Don't worry. I like being top dog. All right.
No, I love it. I want my team to be favored. I would go into a series or a playoff game or whatever every time wanting my team to be favored.
Yeah, being the better team.
Yes.
Yeah. Because that's what they are.
Let me be favored. And they are the better team.
Absolutely. All right, you can text and you can call in on any of our topics today at 610-632-0975. But let's head to the Comcast Business Hotline, where every day in business is a big day. Let Comcast Business help you move forward with what's next. He does just such a tremendous job covering the Phillies inside and out for The Athletic. Matt Gelb joins us. Matt, good morning. How you doing today, man?
Hey, guys.
Hi, Matt.
So we're about to begin the series tomorrow, but I would like to hear from you. What have the Phillies done this week, Matt, to try to get themselves ready and make sure they're not rusty for Game 1 tomorrow afternoon?
I mean, honestly, I think the rest kind of came at a good time for them. There was a pretty bad illness that was going through the clubhouse last weekend in Washington. A bunch of guys were sick and trying to play through it, and it's been a long year for a lot of these guys. And I think they've tried to strike the balance this week of getting some rest, but also keeping their focus. And I do think it was smart that they only played kind of one quote-unquote game, right? And the idea behind that was that they had looked at other teams that had done 3 or 4 games during their bye week And it just sort of became this monotonous thing. It's like, here we go again. It's almost like spring training, right? Where you start to get in those exhibitions, and you're like, you play one of them, and you're like, okay, I'm ready for the season to start. So I think it was, I don't think it was the wrong idea to have just kind of like one game where they went all out. And sure, no, they were not, they're playing their teammates, so it's not, it's not the sort of playoff atmosphere that they're going to expect on Saturday. But I think they got guys excited for that game. They've talked about being sharp with their work, but a lot of it has been off the field. A lot of it has been in the cage against the high-velocity machines. They have this machine called Traject, which basically can mimic a pitcher's motion and then also his arsenal. And, it's something that every team doesn't have. It's a pretty expensive machine, and some guys really like it. Some guys think it's stupid. But I think for the guys who really like it, it's helped keep them sharp this week. So they faced a lot of velocity from machines. Again, not the same thing as seeing it from a pitcher on a mound with 43,000 people in the stadium, but they've tried.
You have chronicled the last two Red Octobers extremely well and given us a look into that team. What could potentially be different that you've observed through the course of 162 about this year's team that makes you think you might be writing a different ending this time?
More pitching. I mean, they're just deeper. Like, I really do think that. Like, I mean, you look at that, like, it's hard to remember, but I mean, go back to how you felt about the bullpen going into the playoffs in 22, how you felt about the bullpen going to the playoffs last October, and it's just different right now. And they've got 5 guys back there they legitimately trust in just about any situation. And I think specifically to this matchup against the Mets, like, their righty relievers are going to be really, really important. I'm not saying they're going to win or lose this series based on how their big righty relievers do, but it's going to be big. I mean, there's only really one left-handed hitter in New York's lineup. That's Brandon Nimmo. Jesse Winker platoons with J.D. Martinez at DH, so they could see Winker as a pinch hitter or as a starting DH against righties. But Jeff Hoffman and Orion Kirkring to me, and then Carlos Estevez in the ninth are really big keys in this series. And look, Hoffman's been as good or better than any reliever in baseball for most of the season. Kirkring to me really, really came on in late August and then into September. And remember, we got to this point last year, he might be good, he might be kind of a secret weapon. It's like, all right, no, this guy now knows, what it's like. Same for Hoffman. He'd never pitched in the playoffs until last year. You're armed with experience, and that's the difference, I think, across the board. They ran it back with most of the same roster from last year. It ended in disappointment, and I think that is something that really it is stuck in these guys' minds. I mean, that Game 7 and that Game 6 and that Game 4 and that Game 3, that disappointment has cut really deep into this clubhouse, and it's been their motivator all year.
How did the Phillies handle center and left fields during this first round and maybe throughout the playoffs, Matt?
Great question. I mean, it's going to depend on who's on the mound on both sides. For example, with Zach Wheeler on the mound in Game 1 and probably a righty, Tyler McGill, on the mound for the Mets, I think Rojas is going to be in center field. And I think that because what has been the prevailing theme of these playoffs so far, like you look across the wild card series, very, very low scoring. And like pitching and defense is going to win you these games, along with timely hitting. And Wheeler's a fly ball pitcher, and I think they want Rojas in center field. Now, if they need to pinch hit for him, if they get down and they're in the 5th inning or 6th inning, they're going to be more willing to pinch hit for Rojas. But I think in Game 1, Rojas in center, Martian left. Now, later in the series, they're going to face a bunch of lefties. Probably Shamanai in Game 3, Jose Gitana in Game 4. And I think you'll see Austin Hazen left. The question then will be who plays center. And I think it's just going to depend on whether they're up or ahead in the series, whether they feel like they need offense or defense. But I expect Rojas to be in center in Game 1.
Matt, you made a great point about how the pitching staff is different. Do you think the lineup is better this time around than 22 or 23?
So I say it again, I missed you.
Do you believe the lineup is better? The batting order?
Hard to say. Hard to say.
I don't believe it is. Like I don't think this lineup has been as effective.
I think, look, like we can cut this through this matchup as much as we want. A lot of it comes down to how their star players perform, right? And I think Harper has better protection this year than he did last year. That's because I think Alec Boehm has, really cemented himself as a run producer, a guy who can deliver with runners in scoring position. I think what they do at the bottom of the lineup, they have more flexibility. And I know there was so much frustration last year about playing Rojas and then not pinch hitting for him. But had they pinch hit for him in the fourth inning of Game 7, it's Jake Cave who's pinch hitting for him, right? And I think they just have more guys that they trust in this lineup, and that is, on the bench. And I do think that that's going to allow them to mix and match a little more near the bottom of the order, especially if they're trailing. Like, you're going to see them use Cody Clemens as a pinch hitter, and you could see Weston Wilson as a pinch hitter in certain matchups. And look, that could help them, but it comes down to Turner, Schwarber, Harper, Bohm at the top there. I thought Real Muto swung a better bat in September. Those guys at the top, they got to deliver. They really do. And if they don't, I mean, they're probably looking at a first-round exit. It's kind of simple as that.
We're speaking to Matt Gelb on the Comcast Business Hotline. Matt, based on your reporting, who's the Game 2 starter?
I think it's going to be Christopher Sanchez. I don't know that it's a slam, as much of a slam dunk as everyone is implying it is, based on Rob Thompson's comments this week. I truly think they were still debating it. But as much as it is about, like, Sanchez at home, excuse me, and versus home and road, I think a lot of it is about splitting up their righties and their lefties, right? Because now if you go Sanchez in Game 2, you can get Aaron Nola in Game 3, and you go right, left, with Suarez in Game 4. And I think that's pretty meaningful. The Mets have hit lefties decently this year, as have the Phillies, but the Mets have pretty good numbers against lefties, and I think the idea of having two lefties back-to-back in this series at Citi Field, I think that's pushing them to have Sanchez start Game 2. He pitched really well against the Mets at Citizens Bank Park in September. Not that one start is influencing this whole decision, but I think they like the idea of Aaron Nola pitching that first game on the road in a pretty hostile atmosphere at Citi Field. So a lot of this makes sense, but I don't know. I mean, like, they're all going to have to pitch either way, right? I mean, I'm not sure that the order necessarily matters. They're all going to have to pitch. And the biggest thing that happened for the Phillies is that Mets series went 3 games, and David Peterson came in the ninth inning of the third game to get the save. They're going to face the Mets' number 5 starter, McGill, in Game 1, most likely. And it's just changed a lot of the pitching decisions for the Mets here because that series went 3 games.
I know you're an amateur meteorologist. Is shadows going to be an issue, you believe? You know that stadium well. I mean, to me, that could even be more advantage to the better pitcher in the game that the shadow starts to add a little extra juice.
Yeah, they will be a factor. I don't know what inning they'll be a factor. They play a lot of 4 o'clock games during the season, but obviously, like, later in the year, in October, the sun sets earlier. And so, yes, I'm not an amateur meteorologist. I have no idea what I'm talking about. But I know that at some point early in that game, there will be a period, whether it's 10 minutes, 15 minutes, where the shadows are going to be a factor. That is something I want to actually talk to guys about today because they have a pretty good idea. I know they do of when that'll be a factor. So, yeah, both Saturday and Sunday, I'm sure it'll be a factor for about an inning or two. Maybe not a huge factor.
Matt, before we let you go, baseball's a crazy sport. We know it, but we do it with all our football guests and Sixers guests and hockey guests. So you got to do it too. How does this series play? How does this series play out?
I guess the default that I lean to is Phillies in 5, and that's basically because this is what they earned the right to have. They earned the right to have a 5-game series with home field advantage, and they had some rest. And what that right means is that your best pitcher is going to be able to pitch 2 games in this series, Game 1 and Game 5, Zach Wheeler. And if he has to start a Game 5 at home, I'm going to lean toward him. I'm going to lean toward the better pitching in this series. So I'll say Phillies in 5, but I have 0 confidence in any of my predictions because I have no idea what the hell is going to happen in this series. It's going to be, I mean, it's just, these 2 teams usually play like dumb, chaotic baseball, and I'm kind of expecting that in this series again.
Yeah, I think we all are.
I had a conversation with a Cubs player a few weeks ago and said, who was very confident that the Phillies could win the World Series. And I said, well, what could derail them? And he said, having to use Wheeler twice in the NLDS.
Yeah.
I hope that doesn't. Yeah. I hope that's not the case.
But then the counter to that is their pitching depth is great, and that you'd have Christopher Sanchez starting Game 1 of an NLCS and Aaron Nola pitching Game 2. And yeah, it would definitely hurt their chances moving forward. But if you're the Phillies, you want to get it done in 4. 3 if you want, but 4 would be better.
Matt, we appreciate it, man.
Matt.
You did a great job. I mean, you always do a great job covering the Phillies, but all season long. We appreciate all the time you've spent with us this year, and I'm sure we'll be bugging you again.
In the NLCS.
Yes, in the NLCS, Matt.
Yeah, and enjoy the baseball, guys. It's going to be a lot of fun.
Thanks. There's
cool.
Matt Gelb on the Comcast Business Hotline from The Athletic. Does a great job covering the Philadelphia Phillies. All right, coming up next, it is a football Friday because the Eagles may be off. That doesn't mean the rest of the NFL is off. We will do our pick segment, our 4 picks, whether it's props or games, our 4 favorite heading into the weekend. So we'll do that next. Also, our buddy John Brazier will let us know about some of the fun that will be at Citizens Bank Park for the people that are attending and not being cowards and selling their tickets. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports.
Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. In a couple of minutes, we'll be joined by singer-songwriter, director of fun and games for the Philadelphia Phillies, John Brazier.
By the way, why is he not vice president of fun and games?
Well, because he's the director, man.
Is there no upward mobility in the fun and games of Major League Baseball?
He's the director, man. All right, but it's time now. It's a Friday. Even though the Eagles do not play this weekend, it's a football Friday, so we got to give you some picks. So, where are we at right? I know John's on top.
Well, yeah, but not by a lot. I'm 10-6.
You're 10-6.
You're 8-8.
So I am back at 500.
Connor's 6-10. No, but Connor, you rebounded last week. You had a 3-1 week.
And if you sweep
or
the
2-2.
if you sweep the board here, you're back to 500,
right back
man.
in it, so
I got to fight an uphill battle.
Even Andrew found his way back to 500.
I did. I found myself back. Hey, I'm right behind you. Just two games back.
2 games behind me.
So T-Box is yours. Football music, please.
Easy stuff.
What do we got?
I have 2 props for you, 2 game picks. One, I've loved it all week, and I can't give you great analysis of why, except I'll take the Jets plus 2.5 over in London. The Jets against Minnesota. Minnesota will lose. The Jets will win. Take the 2.5 because you have to. Washington and Cleveland. You get a chance to scout. If you're watching a game this weekend, you want to be watching that game because you want to see, is Washington real or is Cleveland your next opponent that good? Under 43.5 in that game. Under 43.5. Go to the San Francisco game against Arizona. Brandon Ayuk is going to get healthy and large this week. Over 55.5 yards receiving for Brandon Ayuk. And my last one, Jaden Reed of the Green Bay Packers, over 58.5 yards versus the Rams. The Rams are terrible in pass defense.
You would have won money if you listened to me about betting Jaden Reed's over in receiving yards in week 1, but you told me that was a bad move to bet against the Eagles.
Didn't like it.
From a prop standpoint.
Well, I'm never betting against the Eagles. You won't get a pick
never
from
a game.
me
No, of course not.
them.
All right, I have 3 props and a game. So what did you do?
Wow. I did two props and 2 games.
And you're usually Mr. Prop.
Right. I've gone more props, but last week was a 2-2 week. I'm embarrassed. I've yet to have a losing week, by the way.
All right, so I got 3 props in a game. I'll give you the game first. The Packers, in that game, I have actually a game and a prop. So, to your point, first off, I like the Packers to cover the 3 points. They have to bounce back after losing, and it was a tough loss for them because they came all the way back against that Minnesota team. Obviously, onside kicks rarely go your way, but they almost came all the way back against the now 4-0 Minnesota Vikings. I think they cover the 3 points against the Rams, and I like Jordan Love to throw over 1.5 touchdown passes. Despite throwing 3 picks last week against Minnesota, he threw 4 touchdowns. Like you said, this Rams passing defense is not good. I think Jordan Love throws over 1.5 touchdown passes. So Packers -3, Love over the 1.5 touchdown passes. If you want to do a same game parlay, you could start there. Tyreek Hill, this is a scary one. This guy's done basically nothing ever since Tua got hurt. 7 catches, 130 yards in week 1. Since then, 3 catches for 24, 3 catches for 40, 4 catches for 23. The New England Patriots have allowed the 6th most passing yards in the NFL. If I'm Mike McDaniel, the overpaid, overhyped offensive mind that he is, you do whatever you can to get Tyreek Hill the football this week, even if it's easy slant routes. His over-under, Tyreek Hill's of all people, is just 48.5.
Oh, you got to do it.
That could be one route. That could be a slant route that he catches and runs.
Yep.
So Tyreek Hill over 48.5, and Kareem Hunt, resurgence. He plays last week off the scrap heap, 14 carries for 69 yards.
Nice.
His over-under for rushing yards this week is just 39.5. He had 69 in a game where he came off the scrap heap. I like him to carry over 39.5 rushing yards. So my 3 props, Love over 1.5 touchdown passes, Tyreek Hill over 48.5 receiving yards, Hunt over 39.5 rushing yards, Packers -3. Connor, what do we got?
All right. Well, I had a nice talk with my mom and brother yesterday for my birthday. They were very kind to me, and they're big Vikings fans. They said, can you please stop picking against the Vikings? And I said, screw that. We're taking the Jets +3. The Vikings have to lose eventually, right?
It is 2.5 this morning.
I've got it at 3 on my app here with the Caesars folks. But
well,
yeah,
then we got to agree on this. How's this work?
We'll take the 2.5. I'll take the.
We'll give him the 2.5.
Okay.
He needs it.
All right.
I could
No,
definitely.
no.
I could definitely.
No, but
use
he's
it.
getting it better because he has it 3.
Oh, yeah, that's
Oh yeah,
right.
take the 3.
So do I-
then take
so
the
then I-
3. No,
do
we'll
I
give
get
you
3 too then?
Sure,
Yeah,
you
you
can
get
have 3.
threes.
They're
Okay, so I
winning
get 3
outright
too.
anyway.
All right, I think they are also.
I'm also taking the Ravens minus 2.5 at Cincinnati. I don't think that Bengals team is all that good. I think we've got a divisional mislining of games here with the Cardinals taking on the 49ers in San Fran. I'm taking the Cardinals plus 7.5 down
Wow.
there against the 49ers.
I like that bet.
You like it too?
I think divisional games are always tighter than you'd expect, and I think the
Okay.
Cardinals are a better team than they've gotten credit for
I think the
this
Niners
year.
win, but Cardinals plus
Okay.
7.5.
Yeah, and tell me if this is a violation. I'm taking a Cowboys prop, and it has to do with the quarterback.
I don't think that's anything wrong.
Okay, Dak over 1.5 passing touchdowns. That team needs to get their offense going, and they're going to do it through C.D. Lamb and Dak Prescott.
I don't
Watch
think
out the
that's
defense
I
that
don't
they're
think that's a
playing.
violation
Pittsburgh
at all.
stinks.
By the way, Pittsburgh 1.5-point favorites.
They are.
That is a Pittsburgh.
That's a Sunday
line.
night. That is a Pittsburgh
And
line.
if you believe the Steelers are going to be up in that game, Dak's going to drop back and throw. He's Captain Garbage
There you go.
Time.
All right, that'll do it. Those are our picks.
Good job.
All right,
By the way, your favorite app of choice to bet on?
my FanDuel Sportsbook app.
Connor?
Oh, Caesar Sportsbook. Emperor.
And the BetParks Sportsbook app I love.
What do you think John Brazier's is? It's the guy in the corner, isn't it?
Well, John's in Major League Baseball, so he doesn't do that.
Well, outside
Not
of-
without
He
an
never
interpreter.
would do
Yeah,
that. Now,
yeah,
he-
exactly. Ipe.
No, that's interpreter.
Johnny Brazier. Good
What's up,
morning,
guys?
Dude, I know that this is your well, all season's busy for you, but this is busy season for John Brazier. How are you holding up, first of all?
Good, because it's fun being on the couch watching other teams, have the pressure situations. And I got to tell you, baseball, the playoffs have been unbelievable. I know there's only been one game, obviously last night's game that went 3 games, but just the drama, the teams that are involved, the big moments. Who would have thought? Last night I'm watching the game, just like you guys, I'm sure, and I was rooting for the Brewers. I think the Brewers are a better team than the Mets. Mets had the momentum, but more importantly for me, I was thinking, I just don't want to deal with Mets fans in the ballpark. It was purely emotional, not, rational. So I'm watching the game, and again, the beauty of baseball, you have Devin Williams, the best closer, best reliever in baseball.
I thought
you
game
can almost
over.
argue, say,
I thought it was done.
everyone thought it was done. You're up 2-0, and Alonso couldn't have been colder.
Yeah.
And Alonso, of all people, boom, hits one out.
Magic
and
happens
Mets have
in
been
this
doing
sport.
this now. Their magic's going to run out, hopefully, against
It
us.
will.
And they've played 5 games in 4 days, right? We have the benefit of having our pitching lined up, right? We still don't know whether we're going to go game 2, and I'm not sure Rob Thompson's really made a decision.
Has Rob consulted with you yet?
Has not consulted. See,
I'm not surprised.
If I was the vice president, he might have fun and games. But I'm glad I'm not a vice president because I'm glad he's not consulting me because there's.
What would you choose as a fan?
Well, it's tough.
No, to be John the fan.
Okay, if John the fan, if you're up
1-0.
Okay, that's the key right there.
You're
so
up 1-0.
If Wheeler brings you a victory, I think I roll the dice with Sanchez because Sanchez is a little, it's a little shakier in the sense that his splits are better at home than on the road, right? But he's not as battle tested, nowhere near as battle tested as Nola. And I think the Mets' strength is from their right side, so Nola has an advantage there. So I would roll the dice with Sanchez at that second game, and then have that veteran. You know what you're going to get from Nola for Game 1 in New York.
All right, let's talk about the ballpark. We don't have much time, but
it's going to be awesome.
It's going to be awesome. I'm sure you're not going to tell us who's throwing out the first pitch in games 1 or 2, but what do you guys got going on? I know you already did the bus around Center City the other day. So what kind of fun Phillies activities do we have starting tomorrow?
How'd you get the mayor on the bus, by the way? Really good job on that.
Yeah, well, Mike Harris does a lot of, in our office, does a lot of magic. But yeah, we've had the rally bus. We had, today we're going to be out at Garage in Fishtown.
Nice. I've heard of it.
The mural that's going to be up there, which is very cool, unveiling of a really cool Red October mural. And then tomorrow is going to be unbelievable. And when you add the Mets in that, and I was telling some people that, I tell you what, if that path, if we could win the World Series and look back and say we beat the Mets,
Dodgers,
Ohtani with Mookie Betts and Freeman, and then the Yankees, there's no better perfect path as far as gratification, right? So I think having the Mets fans in our ballpark is going to be a pain in the butt because it's going to be very intense, but at the same time it's going to ratchet up that the Philly fans
tension.
The tension that much more. So Philly fans are going to be going completely nuts. You can come down. If you don't have a ticket for the game tomorrow, weather's going to be awesome.
Oh, yeah.
Come down to the ballpark because at 1 o'clock, the block party starts on CB Way. We're going to have the Armentani brothers that put together that
really good job.
The playlist. Yeah.
They're going to be out there on the stage. We're going to have celebrities out there, pep rally. We're going to have a Ferris wheel, beer trucks, food trucks. Again, you don't need a ticket to get in. If you do have a ticket, the gates open at 1:30, 1:38 actually. And then 3:30, be in your seats if you have tickets because that's when we start the program. And like always, we've got this down to a science, and we got the big giant American flag that's going to be unfurled.
That, man. It's always
military,
such a beautiful,
police,
beautiful
and firemen.
sight.
And yes, the first pitch is a surprise. We do have the national anthem will be sung by Nikisha Williams, who plays Eliza Hamilton in the musical Hamilton.
Oh wow! Good pull.
It's just going to be great. I hope it's a PSA out there. If you're a Phillies fan, do not sell your tickets.
Thank you.
Because you don't know who's buying those tickets. It could be a shady Mets fan,
Can you talk to higher ups about that?
We don't need Mets fans in our building.
Can you talk to higher ups about that? Seriously, John. There's a rule. There's a rule in the SEC
rules where if you have season tickets and they end up on the secondary market a certain amount of times, you're off, and at the end of that year, you're done.
Well,
I would love to see that enacted.
Any
Phillies fan, I want them outed.
I don't even, the funny thing is most cities you have to say, we need our fans to get riled up. You don't have to say that because you know what Rob Thompson said about what the visiting manager told him, that it's 4 hours of hell.
Go into the Acme or the Giant today. You're probably going to be like, it's going to be Red October.
Right.
Everywhere you go.
So it's
awesome.
I feel good. Again, I feel good. I think their rotation's a little messed up. Again, playoff baseball, they've got Peterson, who I thought was going to be the starter, still could be tomorrow. But here he is, comes in and closes the game last night. And, again, they can't start Severino. Well, I guess they could on 3 days rest.
They could, but that's dicey.
I wouldn't do that. So they could go bullpen. I guess they could go with McGill, I guess, right?
McGill's going tomorrow, I do believe. And that's what Matt Gelb sort of led us to believe.
Yeah, it's probably that.
He thinks McGill, but he doesn't know.
And again, you got to think at some point, they've had magic, right? Whether it's Grimace or the OMG, just whatever.
Yeah.
We're stopping that magic. The Fanatic basically right now is digging up a lot of material on the Mets.
I think if the Fanatic came out dressed as Ronald McDonald,
stomped Grimace.
I've been known to run into him.
Right.
I'm suggesting a Ronald McDonald wig.
All right, well,
everything like that. One up the Grimace.
Hey,
Fanatic listens to the show. So,
I think they know what they're doing, especially the
Grimace is a role
director
player.
of fun and games for the Philadelphia
Yeah, but why
Phillies.
is he still director?
I'm sure the best friend of the Fanatic, Tom Burgoyne, is cooking up some great things to about Mets fans.
I'm sure he is. All right, Johnny, listen,
job,
have
John.
fun. It starts tomorrow, man.
And I'll see you next week because we'll be talking about the NLC hopefully next week.
Damn right we will. John Brazier, everybody. Go Phillies. We'll be right back. We got the Kincade Salciunas Key 3 and some final thoughts before we enter the weekend. NLDS Game 1 tomorrow. 97.5 The Fanatic.
The real and inside story
In the Phillies winning this series. You have to win game one. Like, I don't want to, well, you don't have to win game one because then you can come back and, no. Like, in my opinion, winner of game one wins this series.
So you do believe that?
And here's why. Because if the Phillies win game one, everybody in Philadelphia, and who knows, maybe the players themselves have that, okay, that Russ thing, the Braves thing that they've been dealing with, that's gone. Why can't we be the Astros? Why can't the Phillies be the Astros team that had the bye week and won the World Series a couple of years ago? The Phillies are a good baseball team. They should be able to do that too. If the Phillies lose game one, then all those fears are all across the city, and the Mets continue to have a good stretch. They continue to roll. So I do believe game one will be probably the most important game of the series.
Can I give every Phillies fan in town something to smile about?
I think we should smile a lot today.
How about the last 2 years? 7 postseason series. The Phillies are 7-0 in game one.
Matt Gelb joins us. Matt, good morning. How you doing today, man?
Look, like, we can cut through this matchup as much as we want. A lot of it comes down to how their star players perform.
All right, let's go to Lamar in Jersey. What's up, Lamar?
Yeah, I think Phil Alonso woke up. You see how he did to one of the better news in baseball yesterday?
Screw all that. The Phillies are going to put your team to bed. Your season's over. Your season is done, Lamar. All right, rip up your blue and orange now. Put it in a fire pit. I don't care. You're wasting your time even calling in. You're wasting your time even watching this playoff series. Your Mets team stinks. Brandon Nimmo and his sprinting down the first baseline, that loser. Pete Alonso and his pumpkin. I'm going to smash it over his head. Your team sucks. Is that how I sound?
Yeah, that's how you sound.
Yeah, you did.
Oh, that's the key three. Go ahead, Mr. German over there.
I know the Von C Brewing Company. Every year I love it, and I love their Berliner Weiss, their Fest beer, and the Von C Oktoberfest Bars. It's like a love letter from Munich.
They're located in Norristown, by the way. They're not located in Munich. They're located in Norristown.
It just seems like you're in Munich, but you're right in the heart of Norristown.
Visit them online, VonCBrewing.com. All right, Johnny. Tell us about the ACO.
I will. Hey, support life-saving cancer research. Join us and our generous partner, Davis CPA Group. That's Ron Davis and the gang. And make a donation today to the American Association for Cancer Research. Do it at 975thefanatic.com/AACR. I appreciate you because cancer research saves lives.
All right, everybody have a great, great weekend. Games 1 and 2 tomorrow in the NLDS. Have fun. It's an Eagles stress-free weekend, but a Phillies stressful weekend. They take on the Mets. And if you're looking for a place to watch the game tomorrow, join Connor Thomas and I, as we will be doing a watch party at the Uptown Beer Garden on JFK Boulevard. So if you're not heading to the game like John Kincade, and by the way, if you're a coward who sold your tickets and are looking for a spot to go watch the game, don't come there.
You can still come have a beer.
No. I don't want them near me.
Buy a Corona wherever you are.
I don't want them near me. Everybody have a great weekend. Mike Missanelli Show coming your way next, right here.